Hey, hey. What's up, Bad Wolf in the house, Rody Gal? All right, so let me just tell you guys, up until tonight, every time I did a Britney stream, I did not set a goal. I wasn't really collecting super chats. I was getting them earlier because I was doing 2 lives a day. Tonight it changed. So if you feel free to super chat me, buy memberships, I will now make money on this fucking bitch's name based on her fucking lie. Whew, I was pissed. And I am sorry I'm a little late because I was flipping through her deleted streams. As usual, she deletes anything that she thinks is going to get her in trouble. So let me just state this. I was really going to leave her alone. I was like, you know what? I said everything I had to say. There's really nothing more for me to say. It's, she's never going to admit it. And it is what it is. And I was just going to move on. Then I happened to be on Twitter. And my favorite human being in the whole wide world, Brandy Wine, that was a joke, who posts about Britney every motherfucking day, posted something, which I think is fake. They swear it's not. So I put it on my community wall to get other people's opinions. And then I was going through some of Brandy Wine's posts. Now, let me just tell you, I don't follow Brandy. Brandy no longer follows me. She is the first person I see on Twitter, and I'm still getting notifications like, we're besties. It's so freaking weird. But I decided to stroll through her page, and I was listening to some of the clips. And I cannot believe what I heard. I cannot fucking believe how this twat waffle completely fucking made up a story. But we're going to get into that. But Britney, you're not going to destroy me with a lie because I'm going to out now everything that's going on Twitter. And I'm going to show you all your fucking lies. But first, I got a story. All right. Hey, Marie. So there's one thing that I made the mistake of. I forget that I have so many new subscribers in the last couple of weeks. Now, before anyone says, oh, because you're jumping on a bandwagon. No, actually 100, almost 150 came from a dog short that I did. So even if 2% of them are listening, I just have new followers, new subscribers. So I forget this, and I think that I have all the same old subscribers, and they know all the stories, and they know all my stories and everything else. But Britney says something that I want to clarify. Hi, Joanne. That I want to clarify and nip this in the bud because when I said it, in my head, everyone knew already. Everyone knew what I was talking about. And I remember I said that yesterday, that I have this problem of sprouting things and thinking everyone understands. So you're going to hear Britney talk about, oh my God, she's such a drug addict. And she talked about giving away Xanax, and that's illegal. Okay, again, that was 15 years ago. So call the police, call whoever you want. Like I said, it was like 2010, like 15 fucking years ago. But the other thing they brought up, and she's going to bring up, that anyone that's followed me for a long time knows exactly what this was. But for anybody that's new, let me explain. When I stated I have 45 Percocets sitting in my closet, let me explain why. In 2000, we're in 25, so it must have been 2022? No, 5 years ago. No, it wasn't 2020. I don't know. My oldest was in 10th grade. He had an accident in wrestling. His foot went completely the other way. Like, I could show you guys the picture, but it might make your stomach turn. but his foot was literally turned completely the opposite way. Like, you sit down and your feet face up, his toes were down. That's how bad it was. I mean, the pictures still make me cringe. It was bad. The biggest cause, now my son comes, hey Denise, my son comes from 2 addict parents. So and his father's side, there's alcoholics on that side. And, it's something that I've always tried to shelter my children from and do whatever I can to make sure that they don't go down that path. And Phoenix, who is my genius kid, literally, when he was in 10th grade, I knew that this kid had he was on a straightened path. And he was going to go to a top-notch school and become a huge success. So many kids who have that ambition and everything get a sports injury and they turn into opiate heads. They get opiates for, an injury, and then that turns to heroin. The stories are endless of this happening. I was so afraid of this that, when he went for surgery and, we were in the hospital for a couple of days, the doctor had kept giving him Percocet. And I was so fucking scared that he was going to end up an opiate head. He was going to end up liking opiates. He was going to I was just so nervous. And I said, there has to be an alternative. Tiffany Marie, who's a pothead, but Tiffany Marie told me, we were friends then, give him Delta 8. And I said, where can I get it? She said, the vape store. It'll do the same thing as Percocet. You won't have to worry about the opiate. You won't have to worry about anything. Okay, fine. So every time the doctor prescribed Percocet, they went in the cabinet. Except the first 2 weeks after surgery, I gave him 1 Percocet before he went to bed. But they were prescribing him 3 a day. And he was fine with the Delta 8. You remember Love and Light. But he was fine with the Delta 8. It was getting him through the day. He couldn't walk. He couldn't go anywhere. He was just laying in bed. But even I noticed in the morning that he would freak out. Like he would have an attitude from the Percocet. So I knew I was doing the right thing. And I explained to him why I wasn't giving him these drugs during the day. And so I just collected all these Percocets because he wasn't getting them. I was only giving him 1 at night. He was prescribed 3 a day for 3 weeks. And I'm sure I have more than 45 in my cabinet. I probably have 100 in the cabinet. But I wouldn't give it to him. So I just collected these Percocets. And I don't take them. I haven't taken pills since I gave birth. So they're just sitting in the cabinet. That's why I have Percocets in the cabinet. And again, everybody that knows me for a long time, like Love and Light said, knows the story. I've talked about it. I talked about doing Delta 8. Some moron called fucking CPS on me saying I gave a 15-year-old Delta 8. I told her straight up. I said, look, lady, my son is on a very good path in life. I am not going to give him opiates. It's not happening. I said, Delta 8 does the same thing. It's legal. And that is why I have Percocets in my closet. So when I said it the other night, everyone's like, oh, Brittany ran with it. Other people ran with it. And again, all of this is documented on my channel. You can find it where we talked about it, where people came at me, everything. And thank you. I remember Delta 9 wasn't in existence then. It was only Delta 8. But yeah, that's why I gave him, that's why I have these Percocets. Not because I take them, not because, I'm selling them or anything else. It's because I was protecting my child. Something you don't know anything about, Brittany, do you? Probably not. But let's get into it. So I just wanted to clear that up so there was no confusion. There was no bullshit running around because these people like to these people, woohoo, 5 months. These people like to run with bullshit without ever knowing a story or researching anything or even asking me. No, they just ran with it. And when I say collecting, I mean collecting from the prescriptions. Just so everyone's clear, I just want to make everything clear. But yeah, collecting meaning every time they wrote a prescription, it went in the cabinet. So there's that. Now I hope I cleared that up. Not so people aren't flipping out or running with lies like some of them are doing. So that's the story. And now, collecting, I'm like sick of, no, I just meant collecting, wrong word, but I mean collecting like every time the doctor prescribed it, they all went together in a bottle in the cabinet. That's what I mean by collecting. But they've been sitting there for years. There's no reason. I don't know why I don't just throw them out. I keep thinking like maybe one day someone's going to need one. I don't know. But no, they're just sitting in a cabinet. So that was the first thing that's on this video. But before we even get into my stuff, is anyone familiar with what Britney has said on, I'm sure they're not any good, about CPS coming to her house? She was totally cleared. There's no CPS in her life. And she had a drug test and she passed that and everything else. Am I delusional, or did she literally say these things? Because I remember her saying these things. Well, now it's a different story. It's another lie by Brittany J. Shocker. But the one thing I want to start, thank you, Love and Light. Love and Light, first one. First, I want to start with, I cannot verify that these are legit. I thought that the phone one was total fake. Everyone's telling me I'm wrong. I just don't have an Android or a Samsung, whatever kind of phone it is. But I still don't see why CPS would call at 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, Brandywine has, alters for it. There's reasons. Whoever was the caller is on Mountain Standard Time, from what I can tell. At least from the post. So it's not anyone in North Carolina. It's not anyone local. Or local to Brittany. And it's not me, Brittany, because I'm not in Mountain Time. Just saying. Because, you guys know Brittany blamed me at one point. So I'll take that apology, Brittany. So Brittany, someone called CPS. And according to this report, and it looks legit, according to this report, Brittany was found, and I'm going to show you guys. Brittany was found with negligence and neglect and something else of her child. Let me pull it up. Where'd it go? Where the fuck did it go? There's the phone. Oh, here it is. All right. Can you make something bigger on Twitter? All right, hold on. I'm going to have to because I can't even fucking read that. Hang on. And while I'm doing this, let me just explain to you guys that I even looked it up to see if, well, you'll understand after I show it. You'll understand. Oh, shit. Motherfucker. I hate this. Hold on. Now I feel like Britney. Oh my God, Sage. Oh no. Hang on. Sound. Volume mixer. Remind me if I play you guys something and I can't get sound that I deleted, that I muted Facebook. Oh, mute messages and calls. All right. Nope. All right. So, maybe I should use. All right, I know what I'll do. I got an easy way. What's Twitter again? What I'm gonna do. That's it. All right. So I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to show it to you, but I'm going to read it from my cell phone because my eyes suck and it's the easiest way to do it. But if you guys have good eyes, then let me see if I can make it bigger. Can you guys even see that? Hey, Bree. Sure. Tonight, everyone shows up. Well, I don't even know what you sent me. Thank you. Yes, I got it. All right. Let me pull it up so I can read it. All right. Oh, that's Betty. Sorry, it's unorganized. All right, here we go. So this is a letter from Scotland County Department of Social Services from 9/4 of 25. It says, concern for a family in Laurel Hill, North Carolina. Thank you for your report of suspected child abuse, neglect, and or dependency regarding the above named family on 9/4/2025. And then it gives you all the, things that it could be. Then it says the one that is checked says the allegations in the report met the statutory definitions of neglect or dependency under NCGS 7B-101, and the report was accepted as a family assessment. Okay, now, there were people in the comments section saying you don't get a report for reporting. The person that reported it doesn't get a report. I agreed with that. But then I decided to do some research. They actually do in North Carolina. North Carolina, the person that calls in gets the report as well. So the person that called in absolutely did get this report according to NC law. To me personally, I think that is weird that any random person that calls in will get a copy of the report. But yeah, So, Brittany, you lied again because you said that everything came back fine. Well, nope. According to your report, you didn't come back fine. So that's lie number one. And I'm not, it doesn't matter what the rest said, but the point is, Brittany, you lied. Why you lying? That's what I want to know. Why are you lying? I'm not the reporter. This is posted everywhere. Don't get mad at me. There's no address on it. I didn't show an address. Okay. So it just goes to show all the lies. That's lie number one. Now let's go to lie number two. Now, according to North Carolina, it's anybody. It's anybody that files a report, even whether you're a mandated reporter or not. Yeah, I'm not getting into what the allegations were, or anything like that. I'm just, doing a oh. Hey, where'd I go? Oh, I'm just doing the overall of what she lied about. That's all she does is lie. Oh, it gets worse. But I also remember Brittany saying that she took a drug test and it came back clean and she's willing to show it. Well, guess what? Well, I'll let you hear for yourself. Yeah, NC law, and I'll show you guys NC law. For some weird reason, it shows it, you can send it to everybody. Like anybody is required to use social workers, the caseworkers, anyone that filed the report. I don't know why they do it like that, but they do. Very strange, but they do. A story to tell, so go bye. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Here it is. Oh, I thought I had it in the right spot. Hold on, let me find.
Cocktail. She'd have to have a bowl.
There's a lot of there's a lot of silence. But I don't remember I had it in the right spot and I lost it.
Single night. Then she went through a spell where she I think it's bowl of cereal.
Okay, I'm gonna say this once and only once. So haters, my haters, people that want to fight with me all the time, let me make this clear. Laura is not jumping on any fucking bandwagon. This fucking fat heifer is now lying on me because she has nothing else. Okay? Now all gloves are off. This is about me. This is not about Queen Bee. This is not about Clue. This is not about Brandywine. This is not about any of them. This fucking heifer wants to lie about me. Well, now I'm going to out everything. Every fucking thing that I see that shows you're a fucking liar. When you hear what she said, you'll understand because you were probably in Sinner's stream when it happened. So Lindsay Lee, nobody's forcing you guys to be here, but what you're not going to do, you're not going to sit here and fucking tell me how I should run my stream, what I should do, or how I should handle things. That's not going to fucking happen. So if you don't want to be here, then get the fuck out. Nobody's forcing you to be here.
Oh, and then my mom's the same way. She did the same thing to go buy some cinnamon. Yes, Brandy. I'm about to tell. What do you mean? I don't smoke, but I'm going to show y'all something. See, you almost done. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Angel. I almost feel bad that you gave me a super chat. You didn't have to do that, honey. Yeah, it's okay, Tim. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it on and it makes your color look terrible. And I don't think so either, Julie, but I mean it is what it is.
No, methadone has to you have to be specifically tested for any kind of opiates. Unless it's like your your major ones. But again, if she has a prescription, then nothing's going to show up on a drug test other than what's prescribed to her. But she claims nothing is prescribed to her.
Terrible, if I'm being honest. I'm so sorry if I snapped at you. I'm truly sorry for my
Aurora, there you are. I want to thank you for sticking up for me yesterday. I saw, and I was asking everyone, I'm like, does anyone know who this Aurora Borealis person is? I said, I've never seen her. She stuck up for me in Clues, and I really appreciate it. So I want to say thank you.
tone and my frustration. You didn't deserve that, and I should have been more patient and understanding with you. Thank you so much. 5 on today. Chet, what's going on, my friend? I do too. To Laura, I actually thought about this, but today before I done this. So Hot Mess says, I'm starting to heal. Yeah. Want to become a gummy bear? Gummy, and dripping. Poor. Give me 1 minute. We know that it's no secret that
Sorry, I haven't hit her lie on me yet. That's coming. But I'm showing a pattern of her little lies and lie after lie after lie. And I understand why people are so fucking disgusted and pissed off. That's not my business. I can only speak for me, but I'm showing a pattern of lies continually. So for anyone that thinks she's not a liar, it's going to be unmistakable by the time I'm done.
social services came to my house, right? You guys know that. We've had 2 CPS calls last week.
I thought it was 3. Actually, I thought it was 4 because the number keeps changing. This stream, she said there were 2. I could swear she said 3 last week.
Well, I took a drug test. And I'm going to show those results the very second that they come back. And I cannot be more clear about this. And if I have to, I will get it in paper or prove it on video if somehow, because I know these people are naysayers. Thank you, Hot Mess. It's been fucking a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. But well, we knew this was going to happen. It's been happening. They accused me of being on drugs, right? So what happens? What happens when you're accused of being on drugs?
Call me crazy, but I am pretty sure that I am not the only one that said prescription pills. I know some people are saying MAT or methadone or some, I don't know anything about methadone. I said prescription pills. She keeps reverting back to drugs. Okay, I did use the term drugs immediately, but I then changed it. So she couldn't do what she's doing right here. They said I'm on drugs. They said I'm on drugs. They said no. We said prescription pills or prescription medication. Everybody said you're not shooting dope. Like, I definitely don't think she's shooting dope. Some people do think so, but I don't think so. I think she's just abusing prescription pills, period. But she has to lay this on thick. But my point was, I am positive that she said, thank you, Robin, that she said she has already had a drug test. CPS gave her a drug test. The results show that she's not on any drugs. I am 99% positive I've heard that. And that she can supply all these drug tests from her doctor. But she says these things and then she deletes the live. Just like this one, she deleted. But I distinctly remember her saying this recently. She recently said how CPS gave her a drug test. She passed with flying colors. There was, no drugs on the test. We're so wrong. And she could go to a doctor and get thousands of tests, clean as a whistle. Exactly. Am I wrong? Did I hear this wrong? Did something not come out? I mean, I'm telling you, this is what I heard. So now there's more in the stream, but we're not going there. Okay, this is where she lies about me. Now, mind you, I thought at first, the first couple of minutes were my sound. Like, I kept thinking, is there no sound? No, she was sleeping. So it is quiet for the first few minutes. I did hear correctly, right? That's what I thought. She said at one point she took a 52 panel and passed, but never showed it. Yeah, now all of a sudden she has no test and she's waiting for the one from CPS. Now, I don't know if you guys can hear it. I'll shut up. You can hear snoring, and this plays a part, but you can literally hear snoring. You can hear noise. So I'm going to mute. I'm going to be quiet so you guys can hear it. And you'll understand why in a minute. Now, let me also say, I understand that she gets a lot of hate watchers, but I will never understand how hundreds of people can watch a creator put you on hold for 2, 3 minutes every 5 seconds, doesn't pay attention, nods out, and these people are fucking paying her and her supporters night after night after night. That's called enabling. Literally enabling, and you're not doing her any favors. But you guys can hear her in the background, like her internet's not out. – 100% complicated. What's a whistle? Like, how are people watching this? This is insane to me. Irony Rose says she's wheezing. I think she's getting serious breathing problem. What's on the screen? Text her, call her. 600 people watching. Oh, she whistles because she's constricted her breathing.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Let's go through this real quick. Hold on.
She sure is complicated. Thank you. Who knows? So I'm glad you brought that up so I can clarify that. See, I never liked Xanax. So now let me tell you, she's reviewing Sinner, who's reviewing me. This goes back to the very beginning of my live when I explained the situation. This is what she's talking about. I thought Xanax was horrible. I actually gave away my Xanax. I still have 45 Percocets that are sitting in a fucking cabinet that are just sitting there. Apple. Yes. I have to go. I will be back. Remember, members, get the link from my community page. So I'm glad you brought that up so I can clarify that. See, I never liked Xanax. I thought Xanax was horrible. I actually gave away my Xanax. I still have 45 Percocets that are sitting in a fucking cabinet that are just sitting there. Yes.
So I wanted to show this because the one who hey Narcos is accusing me of being on substances, right? Can somebody please tell me, did I nope, giving away prescriptions, giving away prescription medication is against the law. So no, you're not supposed to
call the police, Brittany. But even on top of it, it was 15 years ago, Brittany. That has nothing to do with you being on drugs. I understand that you want to deflect, and I understand that you want to point the finger elsewhere and, oh my God, Laura's so horrible for what you did 15 fucking years ago. But Brittany, do you know how dumb you sound? That you're trying to compare that I gave away drugs which have nothing to do with you, or, if you were shooting dope or smoking crack on the side of the road, what is me giving away drugs? Well, actually, it means that I didn't take them, but what does me giving away drugs have anything to do with you getting high? I'm just curious where the connection lies. But let's continue.
To do that. Hey, Invisible Karma. But I wanted to show this because, well, obviously, she's accusing me of being on, what do you call it? Freaking opioids. That's what she said. And isn't that what Percocets are?
Did I say I took Percocet, Brittany? No, I did not. I said I actually have them sitting in a fucking cabinet. Like I said, I've already explained the story. If you guys didn't hear it, just rewind. But I'd like to know what any of that has to do with you being nodding out and being high. Just tell me, where's your connection in this? Because even if you go with both things you said, both of them point to the fact that I don't take either one of them. So where's your connection? Tell me how you connect those dots in your fucked up head.
It's just crazy to me. The ones that always accuse the most are the ones that tend to be in the cookie jar. I'm just saying.
What cookie jar am I in? Am I in, moron? Please tell me. Explain to me, Brittany, what hands are in what cookie jar? Xanax that I didn't take 15 years ago because I didn't like it, so I gave them away. So that's not something I took. Again, prescribed by a doctor. And then Percocet prescribed by a doctor that I did not, I mean, they weren't prescribed to me, so I wasn't taking them anyway. But Percocets that are sitting in a cabinet. So what cookie jar am I in, you fucking moron? See, guys, I'm good. I saved myself.
She could have. I just don't understand it. I heard her say over on Sinners earlier before.
Okay, now let's point something out. She heard me say something over on Sinners. I have not been on Sinners since the first Fallout that she started, but I haven't been over on Sinners. I walked away from Sinner, like done, kaput, finished, bye-bye. And so she didn't hear anything from Sinner. But let's continue. I know, right, Just Iris? Spit it the fuck out, Brittany.
Where I went live, she said that if Sinner keeps. Yes, right? Isn't it ironic? Hey, Horseman. If Sinner keeps on going back at her, she's going to continue to come at me.
You lying fucking bitch. Those words have never come out of my mouth, Brittany. Ever. Ever. They have not been stated. They have not been implied. Now, Brittany, I don't know what kind of fucking punk ass bitch you think I am. Way better than Sinner has tried to take me down. Way better than Sinner has tried to come at me. Guess what? It's never happened. I can hold my own like no other. I don't need a team of people. I don't need fucking, I mean, I have my Patreons, but I don't, no. I don't give a fuck if Sinner talks about me from now until the end of time. It plays no part in my life. I will not respond to him, and I don't care. So for you to fucking say that you heard me say and that you heard it over on Sinners, that if Sinner stops coming after, if Sinner wants to continue to come after me, then I'm going to go after Brittany. Brittany, again, I don't know what kind of fucking punk ass bitch you think I am. No, never going to happen. I never said that. I don't know if you made this up in your own fucking twisted, drug-induced head, if you having a psychotic breakdown, or if you're just lying for sympathy and trying to make me look bad. Bad move, Brittany. I want not only a fucking public apology, I really want to know why you're lying on my name. The same person that says, oh, everyone's lying on me. Everyone lies about me. So go ahead and fucking tell me why you're lying on my name. That's what I want to know. 100%. That was and I even said to one of my Patreons, I'm like, dude, am I fucking hearing this right? Like, did I just hear what I just heard? And she said, yeah, that's exactly what it was. And I'm like, oh my God. No, Brittany, you didn't hear that. You didn't see that. That wasn't implied anywhere. I don't give a fuck about Sinner, and I certainly don't give a fuck about you. But don't lie on me. Because again, for you to come out with this fucking lie for sympathy, like, poor Laura, I don't know if you were also trying to stir this up with Sinner, because, you know, when GW used to say you was such a manipulative bitch, I kind of blew it off and I didn't really believe her. I'm like, no, she's really not. I think she's too, like, stupid to be manipulative. Oh, no. Then I heard this. Just like her manipulative bullshit that caused Sinner to start fucking with me in the first place. And I actually have a rundown of how it went down. So, Maria, if you're in here, listen to it. Before I get into that, when it comes to the lawyer, I'm going to say it again. I do not think that she has a lawyer for YouTube. Do I think she possibly has a lawyer for Granny and all that stuff? Maybe. But why hasn't anybody received a C&D yet? That's the first step, is send a C&D, like from a lawyer. Nobody has received anything. She hasn't changed anything. And I'll now say publicly what I've said privately, is I don't think that she has an attorney for this. Oh, which reminds me, another thing while we're on Twitter. So those of you had said that she had grifted for a son's tooth. Let me just tell you, if you're on Medicaid, move to North Carolina, because I did some research today. Here's another fucking lie she talked about. No, Ash, I never said that. All right, let me. All right, what? I closed the wrong screen. I forgot you can't show anything from Twitter. Does North Carolina Medicaid cover dental? All right, so here's North Carolina adult dental. I'm telling you guys, if you're on Medicaid, move to North Carolina. I have never seen Medicaid cover this much for dental. Now, just for adults, North Carolina Medicaid covers dental services for adults, preventive services, cleanings, exams, x-rays, fillings, extractions, and they even cover major procedures like dentures and root canal. They do a real comprehensive coverage for dental on Medicaid. Now let's go for children. Yes, North Carolina Medicaid covers dental care for all children enrolled in the program. They get preventive care, regular cleanings, dental exams, fluoride treatments, and provided dental sealants. These protective coatings are covered to prevent cavities, fillings, and crowns. Basic restorative dental care is also included, plus treatment for uncovered conditions. NC Medicaid provides any necessary treatment for dental conditions discovered during a regular exam, even if that specific service isn't a standard offering. So she raised money for her kid's tooth, which is fully covered. So she scammed you. I just can't believe how much I mean, my kids were on Medicaid for a while and they didn't cover anything dental. Dental had to be paid out of pocket. That's when I went with, like, it's pointless to get them Medicaid because they need dental and they don't have any. So I bought a separate dental plan. But yeah. So nice try, Brittany. But anyone that donated to that got robbed. And if you're on Medicaid, North Carolina is a place to be, especially if you have kids. I read a thing, they cover braces, which I'm not sure why it's listed. It was listed in the other one. But yeah, comprehensive benefit. So nice grift, Britt. So I do apologize for anyone that Medicaid is the best insurance. Yeah, it depends what state though. Florida, Medicaid is awful. Alabama, Medicaid is awful. It's like not even worth it. I don't like BJ. My understanding, shouldn't take him to get a fix because he's very difficult to take to the dentist. I don't think it was a finance. No, she raised money for it. People said she raised $300 for it. But either way, even if your kid is hard to go to the dentist, you take him anyway. Like, that's part of being a mom. Who runs the house, you or him? You know what I mean? All right, let me pull up the other thing. Okay. Sinner did a live. All right. So someone was looking for the live that Britt did immediately after mine 4 days ago when Moon went up on her panel. I believe she's the instigator of all it, not Moon, but Brittany is, that she's the instigator of all of it, and she hides lives, which she does often. Sinner did a live 2 days later, and Britt immediately was telling him all about it, that you made a live about her to grift. She was not honest she was not honest about it, that it occurred 2 hours into a different stream, nor did she tell him when, where, or how it happened, or that she responded. She is everywhere, that she's talked about. You responded to her. She came in towards the end of your stream telling you that you need to apologize. She does this shit. And Sinner took direction from Brittany through it all. She will be in any stream to control things. So, Marie, that's how it went down. I agree. The Simps are pathetic. How many more lies has to come out? I mean, how many more things can a person lie to you about in your face and you just look the other way? I don't get it. My adopted grandchildren have NC and they will not cover braces. Oh, maybe not for them, but this thing I found says they do. Yeah. Yes, North Carolina Medicaid covers dental services. The program provides comprehensive dental coverage, including preventative care, e.g., cleanings, exams, restorative care, e.g., fillings, extractions, periodontal care, e.g., gum treatment, and orthodontic care, e.g., braces and oral surgeries. That's what it says. Kelsey, what isn't she lying about? I've already shown 5 different lies. How many more do you need? Oh, they do, but you have to meet certain requirements, like an 8-point test. Oh, I gotcha. I don't know. I'm just going on what this said. Yeah, I guess if you really need it or not, if you need braces as compared to like whatchamacallit, like cosmetic. Shayna, I've just proven multiple lies in this stream. How many more would you like? Like, seriously, how many more lies would you like me to show? Are you joking, Boston? Do you not hear her nod out over and over and over? Do you think she's just tired? I mean, you can't be fucking serious. I don't get. All right, hold on. Let me back up. Hold on. Let's show this one more time. Because maybe her supporters haven't seen it enough. Amber, can you grab that? I'm probably too far back. Cam video. I think I'm too far back. All right, I may have found it. Yeah, can one of you guys just grab me the cam video real quick? I either went past. I think I went past it. Oh, Kelsey, a lot of them. Yeah, I went past it. Oh, maybe I'll go this way. I got it. All right. This is for educational purposes. Now I'm going to do a poll. Hold on. Oh. I gotta end this poll. And 9% said they were going to send a super chat instead. You guys rock. All right. Do you feel this is the same as Britney? 100%. Slightly different, but overall thing. All right, there's your poll.
Hatred can be considered a form of obsession when some constantly focuses on negative feelings towards others. It can consume their thoughts, make it difficult for them to think. Man. Oh my gosh, dude, man. Allison. I just got the craziest little message, dude. Come here.
Now, a couple of things to note. He is on hard drugs. So I'm not saying Britney's on hard drugs. He is on hard drugs. What drugs he was on, nobody knows. I mean, it could have been meth, not meth. It could have been opiates. It could have been dope. Like, I don't know. Could be Suboxone. I have no idea. But he was on a hard drug. But that's not what I want you guys looking at. What I want you looking at is, no, I don't, Donna. What I want you looking at, his eye roll. I want you looking at the way he faded out and then popped back up and just started continuing his conversation. Like, you know, it never happened. And then he realized kind of what happened, and he realized that, you know, have his girlfriend have his wife take over. So we can watch that again, and then I'll play Britney doing it.
Hatred can be considered a form of obsession when some constantly focuses on negative feelings towards others. It can consume their thoughts, make it difficult for them to think. Man. Oh my gosh, dude, man. Allison. I just got the.
Now, again, he's on hard drugs, so it is going to be a bit different, but it's close enough. Guys, she's not falling asleep every couple of minutes. She's not putting you on hold because she's falling asleep naturally. She doesn't yawn. Her eyes are rolling in the back of her head. I don't know how to make this clearer. The more people believe her bullshit about falling asleep, the more she does it. Because the clip I'm about to show you happened at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, not at night. It didn't happen late in the morning. It happened at like 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So bear with me while I pull it up. Thank you, Bad Wolf. Oh. Oh. All right. Okay. I'm going to leave the sound off. Watch her eyes. Oh, wait. You guys can't see it. Duh. Because I just don't want to hear beat him. Oh, but I guess you kind of have to hear it because you need to hear her voice.
Fucking way.
And this is what you guys
way.
are reading. Every time she needs new cameras, every time I'm being dead ass. Every time she says she needs cameras, or she needs a few extra dollars in her pocket, or she needs attorney fees or any of that. This is what this is no different than Cam and Allie. It's no different than anything else. And how dare any of you justify it? Look how poor her skin is, and it's fucking summertime. Look at the way she looks there. Don't tell me this isn't what it is.
She looks like my 60-year-old mother when she was alive.
This is bad.
And she was 60.
I can hear her justifying it.
Look at this. Watch the eyes.
Sorry. This is how it all started. Because I said to Granny, why the fuck are you fake crying with this? And then I saw this, and this is where it all started. And I was like, you know what? I wish I never even saw this. But it's one of those things. Once you see it, you can't not see it.
This isn't what it is.
She looks like my 60-year-old mother when she was alive.
All right. You don't fall out every couple of minutes. And she does. She nods out exactly like someone who's nodding out from drugs. That's not falling asleep. She puts you on hold. We already saw, let's go one step further. We witnessed Craig waking her ass up. We witnessed Craig clapping his hands to wake her up or to get her out of a nod, whatever. Normal people would go to sleep. Normal people would say, all right, guys, I'm falling asleep here. I got to go. and they would fall asleep and they would go to bed. There's no excuse for her doing this other than she doesn't realize she's even doing it, because that's how nodding out is. Nodding out is where you don't think you're nodding out. You think you're perfectly fine. So you don't understand what everyone's talking about. I don't think that she even realizes she's doing it. And when she does, she hides her stream. Because all the streams that she's the worst in, she hides. She's now hiding all of these streams. Well, she wouldn't be able to get disability if he wasn't proven to be autistic. Because I heard that's a debate too, but she would never be able to get disability then. Yeah, she's singing 1 minute and she's out cold 10 seconds later. But there are certain things like you just witnessed with your own eyes. And watching Craig clap his hands. And then she started talking. And then she blamed her kid when we all watched Craig that did it. Shit like that is undeniable. You can't argue that. It's impossible to argue that. And it's impossible to argue the fact that she's a liar. She lies about everything. And people that lie that pathologically are in active addiction, or they're just a psychopath, which I don't really think she is. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think she's a psychopath. Her child wakes her. No, her child. You'll hear her child say it. But we saw, like, with our own eyes, we saw Craig do it. And whenever Craig clapped, she all of a sudden woke up. And you can hear her talking again. And again, I ruled out that it's any kind of medical issue based on it doesn't happen. I mean, it happens. She has control over it, is what I'm saying. Laura, you did say if Sinner keeps coming after you, you will go after his buddy. BJ, quit lying. I never prove it. I don't ever remember saying that at all. Because again, a lot worse have come for me than Sinner. So I don't remember saying that at all. So I just prove it. If there's a clip of it, prove it. Her son has done it too. All of her videos are on private from the year. See? I'd prove it. I don't remember saying it at all. No, Kelsey, that's not what we said. We think that she probably... prove it then. No facts. Prove it. Because I don't remember fucking saying it. Because I don't give a fuck if Sinner talks about me or not. So, sorry, I don't remember saying it. And I don't believe I said it. So prove it. My live is still up. Give me a timestamp. And I'll be happy to apologize. But prove it. Give me a timestamp. I'm not going to go looking for it. You guys keep telling me it's a lie, then prove it. Go get me a timestamp. Get me a timestamp. Because if you guys think I'm going to look for it, it's not happening. But you guys keep saying that I said it, so prove it. Prove that I said that if he keeps coming after me, I'm going to continue to talk about her. You got... All of her supporters can say I said it all day long. Again, get me a fucking timestamp. If you don't get me a timestamp, then I don't give a fuck. Get me a timestamp. So again, all the to talk about a lawyer, for me personally, what I said was, I believe she probably has an attorney, but I don't believe it's for this. I don't believe it's for what she said it was. I think it might be for Craig's estate. I think it might be for Granny's stuff. I don't know. But she has no attorney on record, and she hasn't filed anything. That's what makes me iffy about the YouTube stuff. But that's just a guess. I have no idea. Again, no facts. Prove it. Oh, Erica. Shit. Can someone unblock Erica? I didn't mean to block Erica. Sorry, Erica. We're unblocking you. I hit the wrong one. Did you guys get Erica unblocked? Thank you, sweet misery. I felt so bad. I'm like, shit. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to argue with people in chat. If anyone wants a link, let me know. I'm sorry, Erica. That's what I think. It's an estate lawyer, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. You know, it's a subject that I can have an opinion on, but that's all it is. It's just an opinion. I have no idea. She might have an attorney. She might not have I have no idea. Don't know. That's not something I would definitively say either way. Not something I would say, you know, yeah, she definitely does. Or she definitely doesn't. I have no idea. See, that's another thing. A lot of people say that she's done this for a long time. I don't know. I don't know about her for a long time. Like, I watched some of her stuff in the past, but I just don't know. Just like when they said that she, you know, grifted for her son's tooth, I knew nothing about it. And I state that clearly. I have no idea. I'm just going by what people said. People said that she had grifted for her son's tooth, so that's what I'm going on. But I really don't know how you guys can't see what is right in front of you. And I'm just talking the drug thing. This attorney is not on a docket anywhere. There's no docket anywhere. There's nothing stating that she has an attorney. They haven't filed anything. They haven't sent out a C&D, nothing. And again, I'm going to say this for the 100th fucking time. For anyone that's unclear, I am not joining Clue, Elevated Truth, Queen B, GW, or J. I do not like them any more now than I did yesterday. I am not hooking up with them. I am not trying to be friends with them. I am not trying to be buddy-buddy with them. They can stay in their own lane. I will stay in my own lane. I'm not jumping on any bandwagon. Brittany started this and I'm going to finish it. Brittany is a fucking liar who opened me up to looking even further into all of her fucking lies. And it's endless. And then you have the bullshit that she keeps running with. She did start this shit with Sinner, with her fucking lie. She did go into Sinners and start the whole bunch of shit. So don't come in here like you too, Laura. Again, I am not jumping on any bandwagon. This is between me and Brittany. This is not between me and Clue and Granny and all this other shit. And Brittany, I don't need you for views. If that was the case, then I would jump on the fucking bandwagon and I would go full on out and we would go back to 2019. All right. I'm not doing that. I'm not going there. Like I said, I wasn't even going to fuck with her anymore, but she can't shut the fuck up. But seriously, everybody thinks like all of a sudden I want to be back in good grace. I don't give a fuck if Queen Bee dropped dead tomorrow. Well, that was a little rough, but you know what I mean. I have no desire to ever break bread with her again or any of them. I just don't. And I like the fact that they're over there, I'm over here. Period. That's it. And I did say, and I mean this, that I know I apologized. But she would say the same thing about me. But I said that I was going to run an open chat and both sides are welcome here. All I'm doing is calling out facts. I'm not speculating on anything. I'm not, feeding into all the things that the haters go after her for, stuff that, Clue goes after. I'm not doing any of that. Thank you, Spike. So please spare me the bullshit of, oh, you too, or you're jumping. No, I'm calling out facts, period, end of story. And I can't control how many people are in here. I had 100 people in here yesterday morning and got, I think, 42 memberships. I've made like one membership tonight. Who cares about views? YouTube doesn't even give a fuck about views anymore. And I've always said that. I don't care if there's 50 people or fucking 2,000. I'm definitely not the worst. But that's the other thing. People like look at, and I thought of this the other day too, when I was showing it. Subscribers. My top watchers, Granny's Watching, Cluminati, Elevated Truth, J is for Justice, Bullhorn Betty. As a creator, if my subs are going to all those places, what am I going to talk about? My audience is going to all those places. That kind of dictates what you're talking about, in a sense. Not totally, but in a sense. There's children even, Cam's kids did test positive. But I'm not the devil. Everybody, oh, we heard stuff about her. I'll say it again. I was not a fucking angel in the past. And I've made my mistakes. But that was in the past. Nobody else is held accountable for shit they did in the past besides me. I'm like the only fucking person that's still held to this standard. Like, I don't run around calling Granny's Watching cancer scamming Granny's Watching. Should I just make up a name for her? CS Watching? No, I just say Granny's Watching. These people can leave off the CPS. One fucking mistake I made from 4 years ago. Get over it. Yeah, literally, the one major mistake. I don't hold all these people accountable. Stop fucking doing it to me. Day by day, I agree. Her enablers are doing her no good by allowing and her to manipulate them. If you look at every single one. Yeah, what's the timestamp? Give me a timestamp, please. I've said it 3 times. What's the timestamp? 23:28 to 24:46. All right, hold on. And which video was it? Which video was it? Yeah, we talking my video, we talking Sinner's video. And here's the funniest part. This is what makes me laugh, Noreen and crew. Oh, it's Bitch Boy's video? Or is it my video? All right, my video. If I'm wrong, I will gladly apologize. I'm not these other creators. You guys are making it out like you got something so big on me. If I'm wrong and I did pop off and say it, I will gladly fucking apologize. It's not this big of a deal. Like, really. All right, Bitch Boy stream that I was popping off, yeah. Hold on. You said 23? Oh, that was in the height of me popping off. 23. I'll start at 22. You keep believing that. But here's what Bitch Boy is not going to do. You're not going to spin this Sinner that all of a sudden Laura is so bad and we're going to take all the hate against Brittany and put it on Laura. That's not going to happen. Just so you know. You may have your small little circle that'll happen in, but that's not going to happen. And the more you try to do that, the more I will go after your buddy. Okay. Okay. This is why context is key. And once I started hearing that, now I know. Now let's go back and listen to the context again. Okay? Again, hear the context of it. It makes a difference. But again, you need to know the context of things before you say anything. The context of things I said in 2020 is not exactly pertinent in 2025. But you wouldn't understand that. Did I call him Clitter? I didn't mean to, but if I did, I did. Maybe it was subconscious that he's a clit. But I just can't believe he's bringing fucking Psycho into this. Just wow. Wow. Thought I finally fucking got rid of this bitch. Nope. Sinner's gonna bring her back around. Okay, Sinner. You keep believing that. But here's what Bitch Boy is not gonna do. You're not gonna spin this center that all of a sudden Laura is so bad and we're going to take all the hate against Brittany and put it on Laura. That's not going to happen. Just so for those of you that are a little slow, let me explain it. And for those in the back, let me explain it. What I was stating, and I'll say it slowly, what I was stating is that it seems like Sinner and Brittany are trying to take all of Brittany's hate and now put it towards me. They were putting it towards me. And I said, that's not going to fucking happen. Because if you think that's going to happen, then I'm going to go after Brittany more. If you think that you're going to come after me and take all of Brittany's negative attention and put it towards me, that's not going to happen. Because if you do that, then I'm going to go after Brittany. That is what I said. That's why context is key. You can't take one little part of it and run with that. You know, you may have your small little circle that'll happen in, but that's not going to happen. And the more you try to do that, the more I will go after your buddy. Okay? Yeah. The more you try to do that, the more I will go after your buddy. Oh, no, Noreen, that's not what they said. That is not what they said, because context is key. I said, context is king. I don't know how you're missing the first half of that. You have to know the first half to understand why I said it. It's big difference than if you don't stop coming after me, I'm going to go after Brittany. I'm going to talk about Brittany more. No, that's not what I said, because you have to look at the context of it. I said, if you think that you're going to project all of Brittany's shit onto me and you're going to keep coming after me, then I'm going to go after her. That is completely fucking different. And if you don't see the difference, now I know why you support Brittany. Plain and simple. And I will apologize if anybody misunderstood that and didn't really understand what I was saying. But when you take it in full context, there you go. Yes, the more you try, the more I will do. Plain and simple. It's not complicated. And I just can't believe how that got twisted, but it's okay. Absolutely okay. Hang on, I got to get something. Ow, that hurt. Did you guys hear my old ass knees crack when I got up? Damn. No, Noreen. Again, and I appreciate you doing the timestamp. I do. I absolutely appreciate it. My point is, though, what I said was not what Brittany said. And I'm not a liar, because it's totally different. You can have a context and have two different meanings. You can have what sounds like the same, but it's not. It's completely different. Brittany made it sound like she was a victim, that I said, if you don't stop coming after me, then I'm going to keep going after Brittany. That's not what I said at all. And it all had to do with him thinking that him and Brittany were going to turn this around and they were going to totally come after me. And I said, if you think you're going to do that, then I'm going to go after her more. That's what I said. And it really is two completely different fucking meanings. She knows that she needs to stop the shit with QB, etc. So now she's going to use this excuse to go after Laura. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And she don't want to do that. Just Irish, I've been saying that for a while too. That the only person that's responsible for her is her. Just like when people blaming Craig. Don't blame Craig. Brittany's an adult. No, she won't get it with me. To be honest with you, there's not much about her that I would fight with. She's boring. If you're going to really fight with someone, you have to watch them. I can't watch her. I don't know anybody deals with her. She's so disrespectful to her subs. She's so fucking disrespectful to her audience, to her boyfriend, to her kids. It's just completely disrespectful as a creator. It's kind of disgusting. And I don't know how anybody puts up with it. I could not watch a creator. Hold on. I can see if you have to get some, you have to go, I get it. But the constant hold on, it's gross. Hey, Ellie, and I say that about a lot of people. Like anyone that does that. It's fucking gross. If you are doing a stream and you're a creator, fucking pay attention to your chat. Pay attention to your subs. Without your subs, you don't have a fucking channel. Without your subs, you don't have money coming in. Without your subs, fucking, you got nothing. At least respect them. Even the haters, at least fucking respect them. They're still putting money in your pocket. That's how I see it. What I'd like to know is, why did Britt go into Sinners and direct his content, but deleted her own lives? Of course she did. Exactly. Can you imagine watching a TV show or a night host or a podcast? No, it's bad enough that we don't have to be on camera all the time, because then, you have to do your hair and your makeup. And so I love the fact that I don't have to be on camera all the time. But at least pay attention. And I don't, honestly, personal opinion, I don't know why anybody supports her. But, all right, let me also back up. This whole dogpiling thing, let me give you my opinion on this as well. She was dogpiled. She was a victim at one point. She was. When she was just doing a true crime, and the whole shit with whatchamacallit, with Granny, and her and Granny going back and forth 100 fucking times, and then Granny got Queen Bee involved, and then the whole thing with her son, and then Queen Bee started this hate campaign, and then Clue jumped, and at one point she was dogpiled on, without a doubt. But that's changed, because you have to take responsibility as an adult for what part you play in it. And I hate to use this as an example, but it's a great example. When the person that I called CPS on, she had been swatted, which they still believe is MGL. I had nothing to do with it. But the cops showed up at her house, and her husband was flipping out. But her husband said to her, you have to take responsibility. Hey, Aussie, you have to take responsibility for the part that you played in getting this call to happen. And it's something that I always stuck with, and I always thought of. With all the CPS calls to my house, all the bullshit, all the dogpiling, like I told people, I was Brittany. I know what it's like. That's why I backed her for a while. But there comes a point where you have to take responsibility for the part that you play. And she doesn't. She takes no responsibility for the part that she plays in it. And that's something that I don't understand. Like, even all my CPS calls, two of them, totally not warranted. But the rest of them, yeah, I played a part. I fought with these people. I called them names. I pissed them off. I hate, lack of a better way to say that, this is what we did back in the DC. We were dirty. We all were. It wasn't just me. We all were. And you did dirty things. So we all did it, and we were all dirty, and we all knew that we shouldn't do these things. And, we looked people up on Facebook before anybody looked people up on Facebook. And, we were doxing people in Discords and Facebooks and stuff that now seems to people do every day. But back in 2019, 2020, that was like off limits. You didn't do that stuff. But we did. And every single thing that happened to us, you have to take part responsibility that you did it. That you piss these people off enough that they're going to do something to you. That's just the way it was. But deleting lives and all, trying to hide shit, that speaks volumes. Why are you trying to hide it? I mean, if it's something you got P-bombed or something like that, yeah, absolutely. You hide it. But these people are hiding stuff. Why does Brittany keep hiding stuff? Just why? What are you hiding? You only want to put up your happy lives? We all have lives we're embarrassed of. Hey, sweet sativa. Probably because of money. She can get a strike, then she's got an automatic 7 days off. Part of the problem with the taking a week off, I'll be honest, because I've done it. You lose your algorithm, you lose stuff, you lose audience, you lose subscribers, you lose the what do you call it? The mojo, I guess. I don't know what word I'm looking for. But like the mojo. You get into a rhythm and then you take off and then you come back and subs are confused. And unfortunately, that's just how it works. And money. Channel momentum. Thank you. I couldn't think of the right word. Channel momentum. And you do, even if you just take a couple of days off. So I get why she doesn't want to take a couple of days off. But she's not changing anything, which also tells me that she's just not changing, being high, being tired, whatever. I don't think she sees how bad it is. Or she doesn't care because people are going to support her anyway. And that's the other thing. Why are people continuing to support her instead of doing tough love? Instead of fucking buckling down saying, dude, you need to worry about yourself. You need to care about yourself. This is what we see. And if she's not going to listen, then sorry, I can't support it. Whose subs think that she won? She is always in denial, which is typical addict behavior, active addiction. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that she shouldn't have supporters. Do not mistake me. It's a good that she has supporters. Cam and Allie had supporters too, and they ended up losing their kids because of their supporters. And I don't mean, their supporters made it happen, but they kept pushing the envelope because they knew that they had these supporters to financially help them, to feed them a bunch of bullshit to guide them. And a lot of it was because they preached the word of God. That really had a lot to do with it. That they were good, loving Christians. When I called them out in 2022, they still had their children. And they were doing great with their kids, according to them. And there's nothing wrong with them because they never lost their children. Oh, that was the other thing I want to address. Thankfully, I just remembered. Brittany also, and I hate to give her a shout out, but I got to give a shout out to Brandy Wine on this, because Brittany went on to say that she never liked me and that I try to take someone's child away and I targeted a child and blah, 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 blah. And Brandy Wine and others have said, Brittany, you had no fucking problem with Laura when you thought she had your back. You even said in your chat, people make mistakes and she gets redemption. And then as soon as I call something out, oh, I never liked you and you're this and you're that. Get the fuck out of here. So I wanted to address that. That I was good for Brittany until I wasn't anymore. And that's the difference between me and her. And I'll explain. Sinner. When it comes to addiction with Sinner and his alcoholism, even though we're not friends anymore, if he reached out to me like about his, he doesn't want to drink, he needs someone to talk to, guess who would be the first person there? Yep, that would be me. And it doesn't matter if I'm speaking to him, mad at him, I could go back to being mad at him the next day. But when it comes to addiction or alcoholism and he needed someone to talk to at that moment, I would never turn him down. And he claims he wants to get sober and he wants to stay clean. I have nothing but love for that, and I hope he does. It's one day at a time. Where Brittany thinks, and me and Sinner have been fighting, don't get me wrong, but me and Brittany thinks, oh, I must hate her because she turned on me. Or, that's addict mentality. That's active addiction mentality. Because sober mentality is the exact opposite. Hold on, I gotta shut my door. All right. Sober mentality is the exact opposite. Sober mentality is, I will help you regardless. I will, we don't even have to be friends. We could be fucking enemies, but I'm still going to help you out, when it comes to your addiction, or if you need a sponsor, you need someone to talk to. That's the difference. Brittany's whole life, even her drug addiction, whatever you want to call it, centers around herself. And herself is active addiction. And nothing can change my mind on that. I agree with you, Rebel Soul. Proud addict right here. I've always said it. And I told Sinner that when we were talking. Don't ever be ashamed to drink. Don't ever be ashamed to admit you're an alcoholic. Be ashamed if you don't admit it. But admitting it, there's no shame in it at all. Exactly, Morgan. That's what I'm saying. There's no shame in admitting you're an addict. The shame is when you do what Brittany's doing and try to manipulate people and con people and lie to people and all that kind of shit. It's true though, Denise. If fucking Queen Bee called me and said, I need a sponsor, I would fucking be there in a heartbeat. Anybody. It could be my biggest fucking hater. And I would still be there in a heartbeat. I mean, I may not speak to them outside of that issue, but just saying. Starlight, that's how I feel. She is trying to convince people that who have been there, that have seen it, that have lived it, like personally. Like, we haven't seen a million fucking people nodding out before. Come on now. Oh, you're right, Britt. Cam subs swearing they saw the drug test. They had drug tests. Yep, sure do. Sober for 6.5 years, off of prescription meds and heroin and meth. Proud mama here. Good for you, Joanne. And anyone that has sobriety behind them knows exactly what I'm talking about. I know a lot of people that don't have it can say, you don't know what you're talking about, you're blaming them. No, it's not like I'm saying this and nobody else is. Marie, like I said yesterday, and I think the day before, 14 years, good for you. Like I said yesterday and the day before, I do think she's on prescription medication. Everything. All right, let me back up. Brittany states that she was an addict. The only people that say they used to be an addict are ones that are still in active addiction. Because once you're an addict, you're always an addict. Once you admit you're an addict, you're always an addict. It doesn't change. You're not a former addict. You are a recovered addict. You are a recovering addict, but you're always an addict. You're not, well, I used to be an addict, but I'm not anymore. No, you were born an addict. Addiction is a chemical imbalance. It is a disease. Now, drug addiction is a choice. The drug is a choice. But the addiction part, any addict is born an addict. What you choose to do with it is, on you. That's where your personal responsibility comes in. But being an addict is forever. And some people go from drugs to working out to food to, there's many different things that you can be an addict with. But addiction is addiction. And like I said, the only people that say, oh, I used to be an addict, but I'm not anymore, those are the ones that are in active addiction. I battle with it all the time, love and light. I think everybody does. I don't battle with drug addiction, but I battle with addictions. Shit, I got a shopping addiction. I got all sorts of addictions, just not drugs. But I really do think that's where the disconnect is, and the people that know it and the people that don't. People that have been through the story, it's not stories, I don't want to say the system. People have been through drug addiction and have years of sobriety under their belt. You'll never hear them say, I'm not an addict. We always are. And that's the difference. Every single thing Brittany does is showing me that she's in active addiction, especially the denial, the lies, she's just so not sober. You do have to want recovery. That is true, Tessa. And just because someone stops doing drugs doesn't mean they're sober either. Sobriety it's a whole nother way of life in itself. And most addicts don't live completely sober. Sobriety meaning, they do their morning rituals every day, and there's a lot to it. And I'm not going to lie, I don't live 100% sobriety. Meaning I don't go to religion, and I don't go to church, and I do have a drink once in a blue moon, and I have a shopping addiction, and I had a food addiction. Like, it's endless. Someone that lives truly sober is like B. Tim. B. Tim would be considered truly sobriety. Someone that lives sobriety. And I'm not saying he was ever an addict. I'm just saying, like, that type of personality. Oh, I agree with that. A dry drunk could be worse than an active drunk. Recovery is a lifestyle, exactly. And when you are living with a drunk, you know, and I said this too. I originally said it privately. I'll say it publicly now because I don't give a fuck anymore. I also don't believe that somebody who claims to be I was going to say straight, who claims to be sober, living with an alcoholic, and not wanting anything for herself. That's just weird. And Britney's people, I have a question. I'm just asking. I don't watch Britney enough to know the answer. But someone on Twitter mentioned something that it kind of got me curious. How come you only always hear the kids say mom? Is Craig not their dad? Because you never hear them say dad. It's always mom. And Craig never seems to take care of them. Is he not their dad? I'm just curious. It was on Twitter. You could tell me it's not my business and I'm okay with it. But that's what's running around Twitter right now. And it kind of got me thinking. I was just kind of curious. No, but he doesn't take care of the kids at all. I mean, he really doesn't. So that's why when I saw that, I was like, wow, that's interesting. Yeah, he doesn't help out with the kids, nothing. And that's on, you know, her, that's her business. But I don't know, it was on Twitter. I was just kind of curious. He is the father of the ones that live with him. That's what I thought. But he doesn't seem like he does anything. So that's why I was just curious. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter. And I've said before, her personal life is her personal life. I don't really care. I was just curious. It's an observation. But he really doesn't do anything. I mean, I've said that to her in the past. I was like, why doesn't he do anything, Brittany? Why doesn't he help you out? And this is all stuff that I've discussed with her on her live. So I'm not saying anything, you know, that I haven't spoke to her about personally. Yeah, kids go to mom, but if mom's working or mom's online, you would think she would tell dad to do something. And I did discuss this with her. Because someone brought it, this is a long time ago, but someone brought up, someone was coming on her about, you know, the kids being up really late and stuff. And I said to her, you know, it's not just for the kids, but you want to do it for you. You want time for you. You want time that you just, you know, you put the kids to bed and then you get nighttime. She said, I know, but they don't like to sleep. Yeah, we discussed this like a year ago or more on our live. So again, I'm just discussing stuff that I spoke to her about personally. Brittany was their safe space, but I'm saying stuff that I even spoke to her about previously, you know, like last year. But I also believed her that, you know, the kid was making the noise. I didn't realize it was Craig, whatever his name is. She has changed Midnight a lot. I agree with that too. She never used to nod out. She never did stuff like that. This is all new. It appears he has terrible. Yeah, stuff with him is not my business. She was really in recovery. That's what I'm saying. If she was really in recovery, she would never be able to live with an alcoholic. You just can't. I agree. Craig hasn't changed, but she has. I actually think Craig's gotten worse. One night he wasn't real sure how old they were. Yeah, someone else said that too, thinking they were both 10. I don't know. Again, not my business. I'm not trying to get into a conversation about it, but I do question. I tend to think maybe he's not the father, which is fine. I mean, if he wasn't, more power to him for wanting to be a stepdad. I'm not saying no. You know, if he did take her on the kids, and let's say they're not, I don't know. I said that too, Sounds. Stop the money flow, and she will have to face reality. I don't think he has gotten worse. We just hear him more because she's high and isn't so quick with the mute button. That's true, too. But I don't remember her ever hitting mute so much either, though. I really don't. I don't remember her constantly hitting mute. Not late at night. But then again, there were other people on panel. But I just remember her being engaging in the conversation. Now she's not. She doesn't engage. Yeah, that's true. She had a panel to talk to her for. Yeah, she did always mute him. She mutes now because she has a lawyer. Like I said, I'm not going to definitively say she doesn't. I'm not going to put that out there. You guys can say what you want. But that's not something I would definitively say either way. I just hope for her sake that she's not lying about having an attorney. Seriously. She would completely destroy everything she's worked for. So I really, truly hope she doesn't. But then again, it didn't kill NC. Natasha Cooper fucking raised 20 grand for an attorney, and guess what? She ran off to the casino with it. See, here's the problem. Here is the problem. Amanda, that's not what I said. This is how idiots fucking twist things. I did not say that he wasn't the father. That's not what I said. Not even close. What I did say was on Twitter, they brought up blah, 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 blah. Oh, seriously, Nina? Thank you, Crama Reels. Because I was like sitting there like, someone's got to put something together. No, I just love the way people fucking twist things. It's amazing how shit gets fucking twisted. The account is 2 days old. Gee, I wonder who that could be, Amber. All right, here we go. Oh, it does say 38 minutes. All right.
Hold on a second.
Like she says, hold on, but you can hear her. So she's not even muting. I have my guesses of what she's doing, but I'll keep them to myself from what I'm hearing, but I'll keep them to myself. But she keeps saying, hold on, but there's no mute. Oh, you think it's a snore?
Hold on.
No, that wasn't a snore because you heard it when she was talking. No, you heard it when she was talking. Listen. I rewind it. Listen at the very end when she's talking. You can hear her talking over it. Thank you, Joanne. I didn't want to say it. I did not want to say it. Well, she said she doesn't smoke, but that sounds like a fucking lighter. Like if I didn't know who it was, and I was like, someone's smoking dope, someone's smoking crack.
Hold on. My mother-in-law.
All right, let me just say something. I am not saying this is what she's doing, okay? Do not misunderstand me. Any meth heads in here? Any dope heads in here? Because what that sounded like? No, that wasn't a sniff. That was a straw. And if you've ever smoked meth or ever smoked dope with tinfoil, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyone in here know what I'm talking about? That's what that sounded like. Tinfoil straw. It's how you smoke meth if you don't have a pipe, or it's how people smoke heroin. Kind of like a hot rail, yeah, kind of. But that's what that reminded me of. Listen again. If you don't know what to look for, and again, I'm not saying that that's what she's doing, but that's what that sounds like. Now, listen again for those of you that know what I mean.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on. My mother-in-law messaged me. Hang on a minute.
You know, you can there's other drugs you could do like that. It's just people who smoke meth would know the exact process that I'm talking about. And again, I'm not saying that's what she was doing, but that's what it sounds like. That's what it reminded me of, especially with the lighter clicks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I thank you, Pine. Especially with the cough. I'm sorry, but no, she didn't mute. Hit me with the lighter.
Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on 1 minute. Give me a minute. Hold on a minute. All right, guys. I'm so sorry. I just need 1 more minute. Hold, please.
How the game is so real. Man, real game or not, no one really cares. Just stop making these dumb ads. Number 2, Penny and Flo finding Conan. I accidentally stumbled upon this ad once, and ever since then I'm traumatized. The dinosaur was missing his wife. One day he finally escaped. He started running. He ran far and wide to meet his wife again. And finally he reached his home. But he wasn't ready for what he saw.
No, it's not meth, but a lot of people are saying that you can do pills like that. I just know personally, you can smoke meth like that. You can smoke heroin like that. You can obviously turn pills into that, fentanyl, but I could probably find videos to show you guys.
He saw his wife cheating on him with another dinosaur. This broke his heart. He never meets his wife and leaves. This is just sad. Number 3, more eggs out of revenge. So yeah, both sides are just eating each other now. Number 4.
But it's like, what is she doing? The TV's on. She's not muted, and yet it's quiet as can be.
Vector is a popular fun parkour game, but Victor is the most interesting hidden lore, and the lore is hidden throughout the game so many times. At the start, the guy escapes a tall building by jumping. Then he continues to run. He is
Give me a second. So hold on 1 minute, y'all. Hold, please. Hold, please.
Okay. Again, not muted. Let's hear that again.
So hold on 1 minute, y'all. Hold, please. Hold, please. Give me a second, y'all.
Guys, I smoked for like 40 years. That is a fucking lighter. What she's doing with it, I don't know. That is a lighter. Plain and simple. There is no denying it. That is a lighter.
Hold on 1 minute, guys.
She is abso-fucking-lutely doing what I said she was doing right here. You guys are right. You hear something in her mouth. I've done it. I lived that life for a long fucking time. I know exactly what she's doing. She's not snorting. I mean, she may be snorting, but that she's smoking something. You hear the lighter, you hear something in her mouth. She is smoking something. What that is, I do not know. Yeah, but lighters get really hot when you, like, I know when we used to do meth with it and we used to use the tin foil, that's what happened. That's not wheezing. That is fucking I'm not even gonna argue. You think whatever you want. That's what I was saying. When you do a hotline, or even if you're doing cocaine that way, the lighters burn out really fast. If you have like a Bic, it burns out really fast, and because you have to heat it underneath. So yeah, she's using some kind of Bic, and that's why she needs to keep lighting it.
All right. Give me 1 minute. Shoot. Hold, please. Hold, please. I'm taking care of something very important. Give me a minute.
Oh, don't worry, Britt. We know you're taking care of something very important.
Give me a second.
I think she does think she was muted. I don't know when this was either. Now, see, Amber's right. Could it be finger snapping? I still think it's a lighter, but that is a possibility. That it's possibly someone snapping their fingers. I don't believe it is, but I'll give you that. It's possible.
Okay. Hold on. It's just, hold on.
I don't know when this was. Krama Reels is the only one that can answer that. There's no timestamp on it, so I don't know. Oh, Krama Reels, when was this video from? Oh, it was last night. All right, so this is last night's stream.
Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
Welcome, Morgan. This is almost 7 minutes already. 7 fucking minutes that she is going on. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Give me a second, guys.
Krama Reels, are you looping this or this was straight? I think they would say if they looped it.
All right, hold on. I heard what I was saying. Oh, when I like fall asleep, it doesn't just come out of nowhere and just happen. You know what I mean? It's not like it just hits me on like anytime that it's ever happened, it's when I'm dead tired. It's when I have exhausted myself and I have stayed up beyond what I
Then go to fucking sleep. Just go to sleep, Brittany. It's that simple. Just go to sleep. You're full of shit. And to me, now she's preparing you for her crash outs. Now she's preparing you for a not outs after she just fucking did what she did, or however much she just did. She was preparing everyone.
I should, right? It's when I'm going on like 2 hours of sleep and I'm pushing myself. That's when this happens. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's just me not getting enough sleep. And that's something that I've got to work on and be an adult and take my ass to bed. You know what I mean? And if I don't get much sleep, I need to go back to sleep after I drop my kids off and not try to stay up and fight through it. You know what I mean? Because that's the only time I do that is when I'm tired and I haven't had any rest. Give me a second, guys. Hold on 1 minute. Give me 1 second.
Because unfortunately, Pine, many of them are. That's the sad part. As we can see, she just kept everyone on hold for 7 minutes with her hold on. Then she preps everybody for her passing out and nodding out. And now she puts you on hold again. Okay, Brittany. But she doesn't actually put you on hold.
Y'all, hold please.
That was a call. Now that sounds like snoring.
Hold on a sec. Hold on a minute. Give me a moment.
So now you guys are saying that's wheezing. You sure it's wheezing and not a straw? Because that kind of sounds like a straw too.
Give me 1 minute, please. Hold on. Hang on. Just hold on. Okay, hold on a minute.
See, that noise can't be her snoring because she says, hold on, and then you hear it immediately. So that's not her snoring.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me see. Let me see.
Lindsay, don't even give a fucking idiot like that attention. Or I could be like some of these other creators. Oh my God, I was just got a death threat in my stream. Feel bad for me. Cry for me. I need super chats because, oh my God, I'm a victim. No, you just fucking block and delete.
Let me see.
Hey, Jenny. No, Lindsay, I'm just saying, someone that sends you death threat in a chat, just fucking block and delete. That's it. You want to fucking come kill me? Be my guest. If I'm worth spending the rest of your life in jail for, be my guest. I'll haunt you forever.
Hang on 1 minute. I'm here. Hold on, guys.
15 minutes this is going on. 15 fucking minutes. Is that a cat? It sounds like a cat. What in the fuck was that? Does anyone know what that was? That sounded horrible. That's her lungs? Are you sure? That sounds like a cat getting hurt. I swear to God, I would think that's a cat. It really does sound like a cat. There is no way that's her breathing. No way. Then how come she doesn't breathe like that normally? You know what I mean? Like, if you breathe like that, wouldn't you breathe like that normally? I'm not doubting you. I'm in shock. I'm just in shock. Yeah, like I've heard like heavy breathing, but that kind of goes hand in hand with what I was saying about the way she was ingesting. It would make sense. She's on a nod, but that just to breathe like that, like Craig, this is the mother of your kids. See, I don't know much about opioids as far as like what it does with asthma, that kind of stuff. I don't know. But I do know that I'm pretty sure that's how she's doing whatever she's doing, at least in this video.
Hold on.
Do you think Craig turned the camera on? Because I do. Because all of a sudden you hear him. It does sound like a death rattle. Thank you, Boyd. I couldn't think of what I was. It does sound like a death rattle. You're right. But I want to go back to when she was on camera.
Hold on.
Award-winning influencer and pharmacist for over 35 years has discovered the missing pieces of the human
Hold on, guys. All right, give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Hang on. Give me a second, guys. Hold on, guys. Give me a second, guys. Hold on a minute. Bear with me, guys. Hang on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. All right. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Hang on, guys. Almost done. Hang on, guys. Hold on.
You have to understand, though, it's not that her closest supporters can't help her. She has to admit it first. She will not admit that she's tied. She will not admit that she's doing anything. If she won't admit it, there's nothing her close supporters can do other than walk away. But as long as she is still manipulating them to thinking that she's not doing anything, that's it. Doesn't matter. But she has them convinced that she's fine. And I really, truly don't think she knows what she looks like or sounds like.
I think that's all right. Hold on. All right, let me see. Let's see. Let me see.
If any of her people are in here, I would love for you to take a link, because this you cannot deny. This is not someone falling asleep. I promise you it's not. You guys are being taken for a fucking ride. And it breaks my heart to see it. You just can't deny this.
Hold on a second, guys. I got it. Hold on.
Jay Fox said 30 milligrams of methadone. She said they think I take 30 grams of methadone, and he said you do. Yeah, this is from last night. Is there a clip of that anywhere? Like, I keep hearing that, but I haven't seen a clip of it.
All right, hold on, guys. Give me a minute, just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, give me a second, guys. Hold, please. Let's see. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm looking for something on it. Goodness gracious.
All right, question to all the opiate people in here. If her breathing was that bad, then wouldn't her breathing be that bad all the time? Or it's only when you nod out? Because, like, when she's talking, she sounds fine as far as her breathing goes. So that's why I'm curious why her breathing is so bad when she's sleeping or nodding out, but it's fine when she's talking. Yeah, but it's not like what we just heard. I mean, it sounded like a fucking dying cat. Tara, I've said that a million times. It's usually when you nod. No, when you nod out, face down into, oh, okay. Yeah, you can have a link. She nods out, she folds forward. See, take cocaine, it clears your airways. That was a joke. If her head is tilted forward, it would cause her airway to be constricted. Aha. See, I don't know anything about any of that. I just feel like if it's that bad, shouldn't she have that kind of breathing when she's just regular talking? 80s kid, that's right. Yeah, just do coke. Not crack, though. Just do coke. You open up your airways, you open up your nose, you open up your throat, you're breathing. You're doing good. That was a joke, guys. Don't run with it. Yeah, I gave 6 up a link. I'm waiting for her to come up. No, I know. But she's not even, I don't understand why she's not muting other than she doesn't realize she's not muting.
Give me 1 second, guys.
What the hell is it on?
Let's see it.
All right, question. Where'd Six Up go? Question. Do you really fall asleep that quickly? Where she's like, hold on, and then out cold. Do you really fall out that quick? I like heroin, you don't even fall out that quick. Do pills make you fall out that quick?
All right, hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, this was all one live last night, but Crime Reels definitely like pieced it together. Like, I don't think this went straight for 30 minutes.
Hold on, guys.
You see what I mean? Like, there's no way she said, hold on, guys, and then she's snoring already. I'm not buying that.
Wait a second, guys.
Did she like just fall over? Or you do that?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Just give me a minute.
See, another thing I'd like to know though is Craig said, "What the hell is that?" Also makes me wonder what he was referring to.
Give me 1 minute. Hold on a second.
I wouldn't doubt for 1 second that Craig is the one showing her. Craig is the one that is unmuting her. I don't know why. I just kind of think that. I just feel like I'm going to miss something. Okay, see, like right there, why isn't her breathing bad? Because she didn't pass out? Because she didn't like nod out with her head down? That's the part I don't understand. Why is her breathing so horrible 1 minute and not the rest?
You still up?
Yeah. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
See, then how come Cam knew he nodded out? All right, you're legit? I'm worried. All right, Bonnie. I don't know how to put up a screen. All right, Bonnie, don't peep on me. Don't peep on me. Mute your screen now.
No, ma'am. I've never been on a panel. Sorry.
All right. As long as you're not going to peep on me.
No, ma'am.
All right, good. So do you understand this stuff?
I hope I'm not echoing at all.
No, you're all right.
Okay. I followed you back in Summer Wells. I remember you. And this hits so close. I'm on Matt Recovery. I'm sound suspicious, and this is an alt. I'm sound suspicious in the in chat.
Okay.
I have no idea. I have no idea how to set any of this up. I'm just a long time listener to a lot of people. I started listening to Summer Wells, and so I remember how Kim and Allie was, and it was so heartbreaking to see them the other day on White Boy Radio. Like, wow. And I live in Tennessee, but I'm a recovering addict. My own mother had no clue. My kids knew. I had 3 little kids running around. I had a doctor tell me that prescription meds were the way to go 15 years ago. And that's how I got on them. And in the correct, and each time is different because it might be 3.
Just to be clear, hold on, just to be clear, because I didn't even know this. So anyone in chat that doesn't know this, Matt is methadone, right? Or am I right?
No,
Oh.
it can be. I take subs every day. I take 2 subs a day. I know people that, have done methadone as well, but it's just not for me. I wouldn't, anyone that gets clean that day, however they get up and do it, hey, great. As long as you're not on the street corner and you're not getting it from someone that has bad intention, a doctor is the way to go. Get clean, get better, get healthy. I don't condemn. Subs is better for me. I'm 46. I live a productive life. It's better for me. Everyone's choice is different.
All right. Your sound is cutting out, though.
I'm so sorry. I was afraid it would be. I live in Middle Tennessee in the country, and I'm on my way to work, so I had to pull over. But nonetheless, this is so terrible. Every time she gets a chance to have another day at not being able to be clean, or every time she takes a hit, every time she takes a pill, every time there's a chance of overdose.
Absolutely.
Every single time. Each hour matters. They say, an addict, we were taught in the past to say each day matters.
Yep.
In this epidemic, every minute counts.
That's true.
That's all I wanted to say. Fentanyl, every minute, every second counts. That's all I can say. And for anyone that supports her, as far as money goes, I don't understand. I've tried to look at it 1,000 different ways. And I don't support her. I don't like her. I don't support her. But addict to addict, every minute. And the one thing that tugs at me is those kids. If she does not have a support system that comes by there, and we wake up tomorrow or the next day or the next day, and her kids have been sitting in there for days after an overdose, who knows if he's doing it?
That's
But
true.
if those kids, if they get a hold of a bad batch, if that need be the case, or the both of them, or whatever, and those kids sit in there, what if he don't go in there for 10 hours? What if he is passed out drunk and don't see her for 12 hours? It's normal for the kids to not go to school the next day, so school's not going to call. I'm sure it's normal for their family not to talk to them. I mean, I don't talk to my people all day long. I mean, sometimes I sleep, I work third shift. But those kids, I think about, are going to find her and be in there for days.
What I had said, and I stand by this to anyone that's like, I can't believe you're doing this and blah, blah, blah. I have said from the get-go, if God forbid something should happen, and knock on wood 1,000 times over, I don't want to be that recovered addict that kept my mouth shut or stayed quiet. No, same thing with Cam and Allie. I knew that I had to fucking say something, not just for them, but for me. Because if God forbid something happened to them, like even the way they are now, I know I tried. I tried with him privately. I tried with him publicly. I tried. Whatever happened to them, that's on them. But I know that if something should happen to them, I tried. And that's how I feel with Brittany. That all these people that are staying quiet, God forbid something happens, you have to live with that regret. I don't. I know that I told her she needs help. And every single addict in here, I know feels the same way. And I'm not talking to haters. I'm not talking being a hater and going after her every day. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking just from an addict perspective. Brittany, I will, until you own it, I'll keep going, reasonably, but you have to own it. And whether you do it publicly, privately, doesn't matter, but you have to own it and you need help. And if you love your kids and you love Craig and you're the only one that can do it. I could say it till I'm blue in the fucking face, but you have to want it. And you have to be honest with everybody. And until that happens and you just keep manipulating, there's only two places you're going to end up. And neither one is positive.
And the subs or members listening, we have to stop. I mean, as far as making the excuses. It has to be said. It's just not. I mean, trust me, I don't like her. I talk my shit. I promise I do. But hearing, knowing where she's at today, right now,
That's true.
that lighter and that straw and that tinfoil.
That's what I think it was.
It's at a new level today. We things have been said before, but right now, every single moment counts. I don't know what to do as a sub, as a member. I'm not neither of her. I'm the last person. But I would say encouragement. I don't know what to really even say as a member. I know what I would want to say if, like, Jay for Justice. I love to listen to Jay. I mean, over the years, I mean, there's several people. I mean, I go everywhere.
I hear you.
As a sub, like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is for her supporters. I mean, I've listened to you over the years since Summer Wells. I don't know what to say. The answer is whatever. Listen to Cam and Allie the other day when they were at that park. Did you see that?
No.
Oh, well, see, he was on Whiteboard Radio, I think, during the interview, and so Cam and Allie was on his panel. I didn't get to watch all of it, but I seen them, and that's where he spoke about. I guess they've lost the kids now, and they're with his mom, I think.
Yeah, he's lost his kids a year ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think his mom adopted them.
But they did nothing to get them back.
Right. Right. That's I don't know what the right thing is to do as far as, Brittany's subs and members, but to not say nothing, I wanted to tell you thank you. To be a creator, and I know you catch a lot of hell and dislike, but thank you.
You're welcome.
That was really, I know I'm probably one of those people's got to be but I wanted to say thank you. It's starting. Nobody's listening to all the creators you've said, Queen, Jay, Nonsense, all whoever. Nobody, because they're haters.
Okay.
But they're listening to. I see everyone responding to you.
Okay.
And you will be the one that makes that difference.
I hope so. I really do. Because I don't want to see her end up like fucking Cam. I don't want to see her
either.
End up losing her kids, and she's worried about it. Like Brittany, it will eventually happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it will. And
you will.
They're listening to you. They're listening to you. I see them in your chat. They're listening to you and responding to you. So it took you saying something. And whether anybody says it's for the right or wrong reasons, I don't even care. I'm just glad they're responding to someone.
Thank you. Aw, she made me feel good.
Well, this
it's nice to get some love.
Well, I know, you catch a lot, but today it just, it meant a lot. Addict to addict, it meant a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. But I want
So
to thank
when I seen everyone responding to you, I was like, okay, these are, oh my gosh, they're all Brittany J's responders, subs.
Thank you. I hope they do listen, because that's what I'm saying. I'm not telling them don't support Brittany. Of course, Brittany needs support, but what I is stop enabling her. There's a difference between support and enabling. And support her, yes. Stop enabling her. That's the difference. And that's what I'm hoping to get through to them. Like,
Right.
absolutely, she needs your support, but don't enable her. Let her come clean, and stop allowing her to manipulate you, because it's so obvious.
Right.
So, but
Well,
I
I
want to
gotta
thank
get into work. Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
gotta get into work, but this is the first time I've ever had a link. That was how strongly I felt about all of this. So
you.
I'm extremely nervous. So I'm sorry to anyone listening.
No, you're fine.
Okay,
Thank you
good.
so much, though. You have a wonderful night at work.
Thank you. You too, Laura. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Ah, I finally got some love around here. Ah. Email is, let me write it. It's easier. I mean, you can use perplexqt@gmail.com. Panos was very sweet. And I hope she's right. I hope I do get through to some of them. Because again, I'm not telling them not to support Brittany at all. What I'm telling them is don't enable. And there really is a difference. But I want to show you guys something. Hold on. Take that off screen. Oh. Okay. Let me see before I get kicked off of YouTube for it. All right, that might be one. Hold on. Do you know this video steps to safer smoking? No, that's not good. All right. Just to give you an idea, if you don't know, this is what I was talking about. This is what I heard. Hold on. I'm not trying to trigger anyone. But without me actually physically doing it, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. With the tin foil and the straw. That's what I meant. I didn't want to have to physically do it and show you guys. No, I'm not saying that's what she is doing, Lindsay. I'm saying that's what, trying to explain what I was talking about would be impossible. So I was showing you guys what I was talking about, what I think I heard. That's what I meant. And if you didn't know what I was talking about, or even you did, like, what do you mean? Tinfoil and a straw. So I was showing you what I was talking about. And again, I'm not saying that's what she's doing. I'm telling you, that's what I heard. I think we hear the same. Exactly, Joni. But I'm not saying definitely. I'm just, that's what I heard. I was listening to, oh, is this my hottie again? Oh, it is the hottie again. I think we watched this last night. I found this doctor last night. I was like, oh my, this guy is hot. He's out of Jersey. He's not married. He's a double board psychologist. And he's fine as hell. Yeah, I think this is the one we watched last night.
Addiction. Sometimes they don't have insight and they're very guarded, and it's hard for them, and they may still be in denial. And because of that guarded nature, they're trying to hide it as best as they can, and they don't want you to know. They understand, believe it or not, that there's judgment and criticism.
Yeah, this is the one I watched last night. Yeah, I have a question, and I'm really curious about this. Yeah, Dr. Hottie. Why is everyone expecting me to be Captain Save-A-Ho? And I don't mean helping her, but all these people are constantly saying to me, is that too far? Why didn't you erase it? Why is that on me? All I'm doing is spreading awareness. All I'm doing is showing what I feel and my opinion. I just don't know why everybody is coming at me, like people who don't even support me normally are coming at me like I should be the righteous one. And that's an honest question. I mean, like if my Patreon said it to me, I can respect that. But I just don't get why people are coming at me like I owe Brittany something. I don't. And I'm just spreading awareness of what I think and see and feel. And that's it. I know. I don't know what happened to Six Up. She left. She'd be able to give some good insight. The chosen one. You know what I mean, though? Like, I know some of my, mods and stuff aren't into this, so they bowed out. I'm cool with that. I can keep an eye on my chat. As long as I have one or two mods, I'm good. But I don't know. I keep looking at chat and I keep seeing that. And it's like, why can't I give my opinion? Or why is it wrong for me to give my opinion? Oh, a kid showed up unexpectedly? I agree, Joni. No one can help her. She's got to go to detox. You see Crimson, tell me he's not like the hottest doctor ever. I was like, I'm going to get a mental health issue just to go to him. I agree, Aurora. It just, I keep seeing it. I'm like, I'm not here to be Captain Save-A-Ho, but I'm also not here to be a hater. Like, I don't agree with delving into every aspect of her life. That's just not me. And I normally don't even talk about someone this many days in a row. Guess you are new perspectives. Some of us about BJ and her issues. Yeah, my true issues with her are just the addiction, the lying that goes with the addiction, and how she's playing people. She's number 4 on my list of what my audience watches. Her channels are number 4 and number 6, I think. So she is scamming subs. My subs, her subs. And it's to watch it in real time is fucked up. And I do apologize if people can't understand that. They're probably not addicts themselves either. But like, unlike Clue, Queen, I'm not making millions on here. I'm not getting tons and tons of super chats and view and memberships. I'm just not. And I'm okay with that. I mean, some are nice, but you know, you guys know what I mean. Don't remember much and they don't listen to them. I know that's easier said than done. That's what I'm saying. She's lying. She's begging for money. She is, you know, and like I said, I watched this girl, Brenda, give her so much money. And it's sad because someone in chat a couple of days ago said that she just got back disability pay. And that's sad. Like, no, save your money, Brenda. You're going to need it. Don't waste it on any creator. I don't care what creator it is. It's just not right. And it's wrong of Brittany to take it. And let me just say, I'm a big believer in you give someone your money, kiss it goodbye. It is what it is. But when you know that somebody doesn't have it and they're giving it to you night after night, you got to tell them stop. It's just how I feel. You just got to tell them no. You know, keep your money. It's not like someone that you know has a lot of money or flashes it everywhere. It's a big difference. But that's me. Thanks, Pine. I'm so glad that woman gave me a compliment. Imagine they give her another 1,500 and then something happened. That's another thing too. But I'm very curious. I would love, you guys are going to think I'm crazy. I would love to sit down with Craig sober and find out what the fuck is really going on. And I'm not talking publicly. I'm saying privately. And find out what the hell is really going on. Like him saying, what the hell is that? What was he talking about? What do you mean, what the hell is that? What were you looking at? Yeah, she just came into money because she got back pay. I have not. I don't think I could take much of him. And to be fair, Crummer Reels, I don't really want to get into the whole Craig this, Craig that. I just don't. Like, she wants to stay with a loser. That's on her. Stay with a fucking loser then. Yeah, she got disability back pay. She gets a monthly check. That's what I'm saying. And she gives it all to Brittany. Like, girl, stop. Please. You're not. Look at Cam and Allie. People thought they were doing good, supporting them. Well, look where that ended. They lost their kids. They're on more drugs than ever. Who knows if they even see their kids? I was a mod and friend in Cam and Allie. There you go. Yeah, Amber, I'm not talking about doing something like that publicly. I'm saying privately. I would love to sit down with him. Like, what were you talking about, Craig? What did you see in front of her? Like, what the hell is that? I do wonder. That girl, did Bree give her? Yeah, Bree talked about it, but she never said a dollar amount. She just said she gave a lot. I mean, it doesn't matter what the dollar amount is. I don't want to question her. Yeah, she was in earlier. She was gonna come up, and then we just got sidetracked. And then she left. I think she's working. So all the guests that dissed me last night said they were sorry. Brittany offered to refund her if she felt uncomfortable. Yeah, but honestly, Lindsay, I don't think I would take back money immediately. If I gave money to somebody, I'd want to believe in them. So I'd want to believe that they're doing the right thing with it. And this is a personal thing. Did the money not go to a lawyer? How is she refunding it? Like if I'm doing a fundraiser and you give me money, I'm not going to offer it back because I need it for the fundraiser. You know, like how are you all of a sudden just going to give it back? I said the same thing, sweet Steva. I promise you guys, if anybody sues me, my lawyer will do a fund, not me. You know what I'm saying, though? It's I don't know. Bree never asked for it back. She didn't. I really like Bree. And Bree really is hoping that it does go to a lawyer. Yeah, Cam and Allie, they did I was going to say Sebastian Wells, Summer Wells. They live right near Summer Wells. Oh, this guy's scary looking. Does he show it? Oh, there's one. See, all right, if any of her people are in here, I'll make a bet. And I'll do it too. So I'm not telling her and I won't. If she goes live on camera every day for a week, no hold-ons, no turning the camera off, she's got to stay on camera for every live for a week, I will never say a word again. Is she willing to take me up on that? She's got to do a normal lives, couple of hours a night. It can't be she goes live for 20 minutes. No hold-ons, no wait, no I'll be right back. She's got to stay on camera. 1 week, 7 days. And if she can do that, I'll never say another word. So if she wants to take me up on that, I'm all for it. And I'll do it too. I'll go on camera the same way. I'll get ready all day. You know, I'll put makeup on. I don't think she'll do it either. But that's my bet for her. I might wear a baseball cap, but yeah, seriously, that's my bet for her. 1 week. But she cannot turn the camera off and she can't walk away from the camera. She's got to stay in front of the camera. She got to be a real creator for a week. And each live has to be at least 3 hours because that's her normal live. I wonder if she'll do it. Yeah, she also says how she always has ice. I don't know. I'm not to me, just fucking make your own ice. I don't know why you need a fancy machine or something. She took in close to 2 grand before she set it up. She may have a lawyer, but for what? I agree with that, Nick. Because what if you look at Clue, and I'll just use Clue and Queen Bee. Let's leave out Granny and Jay. Just Clue and Queen Bee. Those are 2 channels that were in her target for being taken down. They both make so much money. YouTube is not taking them down overnight. It's just not going to happen. I see it, UA. We've shown so much tonight about nodding out. I don't want to trigger people. But thank you for the video. I'll definitely save it. I don't think I can handle watching any more nodding out. You can take a link. Yeah, see, I wouldn't even try to guess what she's on because I have no idea. Like, no clue. It could be anything. Yeah, Nina, why does she need all that ice? Lindsay, she's fellow Alabama. I can't hate a fellow Alabama. Do you remember she mentioned being a court the other? No, I don't. Oh, she didn't like the first 2 they gave her? Are people sure that she's not returning it? You know, put it on a wish list and then returning it to Amazon? Hey.
Hey. Okay. So there are some things that if you look at Brittany and what she was doing, she's kind of had like a gradual progression. And then it's extremely intense, like it's intensified itself tenfold, like recently.
No, I agree with that. She's taken, something's gotten bad by within the last year.
Right. At first, it seemed like she was just kind of like slowing down and kind of like zoning out, and just, I kind of would make excuses thinking maybe like someone was saying, oh, it's not benzos or whatever. But, and because benzos aren't going to do what opiates do. Like opiates will make you do the nod. Benzos can also make you do that. But the things that are kind of like telltale signs to me is remember how she would always say she was like, I was scratching my leg. I was, opiates cause you to itch. And also one of the things that is with opiates, it's like, contrary to popular belief, it's really actually hard to sleep on opiates.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. But I have a question of, because just for people that aren't familiar with the difference, what is classified as a benzo? And I know opiates. I gave a list of those, but what would benzos be?
Benzos are everything that ends in Pam. So like clonazepam, which is Klonopin.
Okay.
So like Klonopin, Xanax, are the like some of the main ones. But you have alprazolam, temazepam, which is also used a lot in sleep, but that's also
Okay.
the PAMs are gonna be your benzodiazepines.
But doesn't Xanax make you pass out, not out?
It's more of it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people actually are prescribed, those medications to help them as sleep aids. To be honest,
Okay.
So you're not gonna wake up with the abruptness that she's waking up with, and that's you're also benzos also aren't going to cause you to itch the way that she's itching, and she would complain of itching all the time, and they usually don't make you thirsty. We see that she's got 3 straws, and she's always got a drink, and she's always got ice. She's always got something in her mouth. And ice could be because of low iron, but I mean that would be true, but if that was the only thing, but that's not the only thing that she drinks, chews on ice. We also have, the classic not out that you cannot, I mean, it's undeniable.
I agree.
Like, you cannot, so I'm a registered nurse. And I have family members that are addicts. And it's painful to watch. It's been painful to watch them go through that as a family member. But the things that she's doing are just, you cannot, I could make excuses for her for, up until recently. Like there was something I could maybe always justify, like, oh, something's going on in the house or whatever. But this, you can't make excuses for at all.
No, I agree with you.
And the problem is that she surrounds herself. I feel like she surrounds the people that are in her chats are people like that. I guess the way to say this is that the people that are in her chats are there for like community. They're lonely, and they usually aren't. They're up at all hours of the morning. I like the disrespect that she constantly shows with the lives, like rescheduling her lives, being late to lives. That's also a sign of addiction too.
No, I agree.
Is never being able to keep an appointment or something, like, always being late. And she's the one that's in control of it. It's just the problem with when you said earlier that you would, something about sitting down and talking to Craig offline or off the app or whatever. The problem is I don't really see a lot of, because he does these enabling behaviors like clapping in the back to get her, and you see the blatant disrespect for her, the flirting, the, all the stuff that he does on TikTok and stuff. I don't think that he really cares. And that's the sad part. So
yeah, but in all fairness, and I'm not sticking up for him. I think the guy's a creepy McCreeper. But in all fairness, how do we know that he is like he's not just fed up like anybody else that's fed up with living with a drug addict or living with someone that you're watching get high all the time. Like, how do we know that he's not just completely fed up and that's why he doesn't care? We don't.
Well, what would explain him doing the like clapping to wake her up?
That's what I'm saying, though. And I said that the other night when I saw that for the first time. I said, in all fairness, for all we know, he's a good thing for her. He's keeping her alive. He's, like everybody's putting shit on him. Maybe it's not him. Maybe she is the one that is the bad addict, and he's just fed up.
I think they both have deep problems that need help in different ways.
I agree with that.
And he's battling a different addiction while she's battling, another addiction. That's to a different substance. And, one of the things like addicts can't help other addicts get clean, and that's the problem too with it. She's got to want, like I said the other day, she's got to want this for herself, and right now she doesn't want it for herself because she hasn't hit rock bottom yet, because her chat and her subs haven't let her hit rock bottom.
I agree. And that's what I keep saying, as long as they keep enabling her. What's up, Six Up?
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for having me up. I've been trying to come up for quite a bit. The one point you were talking about, either the breathing.
Yeah.
I think the chat kind of addressed that. Like when you nod, your head goes down naturally, right? So when your head goes down, you're already suppressing the breathing by taking in the substance. And then so when you start to fall asleep, obviously breathing suppressed by sleep. She has said that she has asthma. So asthma with any kind of opiate is going to make the breathing harder. It'll even say on most opiates you get, and it'll say right on your bottle, if you have asthma, talk to your doctor.
But
Also, I
does
want
she
to point
really
out,
have asthma?
I mean, I'm not her doctor, but I mean, we're just sitting here, we're all, just speculating anyway, right?
Yeah.
Or none of us are there, but I have seen that her boyfriend is I call that also active addiction, because it is. So when
Mhm.
you say that, like, maybe Craig's trying to say, no, Craig is just, they're both active addiction. So they're both living an active addiction lifestyle. Throw in some domestic violence, some abuse, some neglect. It's a recipe for disaster, actually, and nobody on YouTube is going to help her. So I want to make that clear. People can people comment, we can sit here and talk about it all day and night. The only person that can change anything in that house are the adults in that house, or if it's, you know, jails, institutions, death. We repeat that in recovery because that's the end
Yeah.
of the story, right? So
Yep.
that will be it. Something will happen. There will be an accident. There will be family services involved. Something drastic will happen. And that will be, whatever her rock bottom is. But right now, there is no rock bottom because she has a community that I mean, I sat here, I'm watching your chat, Laura. Your chat to me is somewhere I can go and watch the chat and see different people from different parts of the sector.
Yeah.
And we can come in here and we can talk. That is one thing that is very true about you. So I watch this chat, and seeing these people come in, I just have to tell you, you people need to get just go and read a little bit about addiction. Read a little bit about the effects of opiates. Okay. Brittany may be just struggling with a part of her recovery. I want to make that clear. I just went over the phases of recovery. There's different phases of recovery, right? She's at the phase right now where she's in complete denial. You can't get past that. You cannot reason with an unreasonable person. She's not reasonable. You can't, neither one of them. And they're both manipulators, obviously.
Mhm.
Um, they're both taking advantage. They both think that the people that are on the other side of the screen owe them something.
Yeah.
Nobody owes them a fucking thing. What both of them should do is go and sit and watch the live stream that I did with my adult daughter and listen to the part where she spoke directly to them. She knows nothing about them.
Yep.
She's never met them. She's never even listened to her. I never even said her name. And my daughter told them both, one day you will have to, those children won't be children anymore. They will be adults. So Brittany and Craig need to remember that. So
But they're not going to think that while in active addiction.
absolutely not. All that they will do is that it'll be denial, and it'll also be manipulated into it's everybody else's fault. I'm sorry, but I can't with that. I don't want to hear anybody say to me either, well, that's her job. That's how and everybody has the right to, everybody does have a right to be and have a voice and come on here. But we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with somebody who's coming and taking advantage of a community, in my opinion, fleecing a community, scamming a community while being in active addiction, while there's some of us that work our ass off every day. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do find it offensive, actually.
I do. And it's very frustrating to me that, I hadn't watched her, so I didn't see it. But we are literally watching her kill herself right in front of us.
Yeah, and we're watching other people say, here, oh, you don't have enough. You don't have enough of that thing that's killing you. Oh, here you go. Let me give you some more.
Yeah.
That is it is like on social media, it's one of the strangest things I've ever seen. I mean, it's literally like handing somebody a loaded weapon and saying, oh, I love you. Go ahead and do it. You people you don't care for her. The people that care for her, that even give a fuck, that give a fuck about the fact that she's dying. I know that you people don't see it that way, but she is. She's dying right in front of you, and you're funding it.
And the other thing is, if she truly has asthma, then, opiates are known for causing respiratory depression. It's also going to be on that label on when you get your prescription, this drug will cause respiratory
Well,
depression.
yeah. The claim is, and a lot of people think she goes to the methadone clinic. I do personally believe that's what it is. There's nothing wrong with her going to the methadone clinic, by the way. Nothing wrong with her being on methadone. But you also have to be honest with your your providers, your doctors, and tell them how you're feeling. If you're nodding out, then your dose is too high. Period. Especially for a patient that's been on methadone for a long period of time, because of course you gain the tolerance with any kind of opiate. Same thing with methadone, you get a tolerance, right? So over time, she just not she may not be on the right dose. That could be it. That could be the end all. That could be just that's all it is, and she's not using. So I want to make that clear. But if you're not being honest with your providers and telling them the truth, that's also a recipe for disaster, and that's you wanting to stay high because you like the feeling. So
see, I was totally with you on methadone or not methadone. Like, I don't know. It could be Oxycontin for all I know. Until I heard what I heard tonight, combined with him saying, what the fuck is that? I know what I heard. And
I don't know. I don't know. I just know what addiction looks like. And I'm gonna say this, Lori. This is another thing I wanted to address directly to you. I hear you say this a lot. You say, well, I know it's not hard drugs like Cam and Allie were on. Laura, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. A bottle of a vodka versus the Xanax you get from the doctor versus the heroin on the street, they're all equal. They all destroy lives just the
They all
same.
lead to death.
Yes.
True. Okay, but you can't. I don't know. Now I'm going to sound kind of hypocritical, but someone shooting dope and someone taking Xanax, it might be the same addiction, but it's a different drug. I mean, it's a different.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I was way more dangerous in my addiction on Xanax than I ever was on heroin. But that's neither here nor there. That's what I'm saying. There is no difference. I'm telling you from a mass amount of life experience, addicts around me every day, all day, there's no difference. It's exactly once you are in it, the only difference is the phase of addiction or recovery you're in. That is the only difference. There is no, it does not matter what the user is using.
Oh,
The
true.
it doesn't. I'm telling you, I promise you, it really doesn't. That right there is a stigma that needs to go away because the person that is craving whatever they're craving is no different than the other person that's craving whatever they're craving. You see what I'm saying? It's still the same thing. It's still the same disorder. It's still the same disease. It's still the same effect. Oh gosh,
Yeah. She's back.
disappeared. Okay.
Yeah. And the other thing is like
Crack cocaine, same. But I guess I just see opioids different because I've never fucked with opioids. So,
and there is, I mean, to be honest too, you have the media that talks about like the opioid epidemic that's, and there's a lot of attention that's paid towards the opioid epidemic. So it seems like, oh, it's in terms of like looking at opiates versus benzos versus alcohol, it seems like it's way worse than maybe something else, but at the end of the day they all are roads that lead to death if not stopped.
And Holly, a good drug addict can turn anything into anything. They could smoke pills if they put them down to liquid. They can turn anything into smokable or snortable, no matter what it is. And I've seen it. And I didn't understand how someone could turn Oxycontin into liquid to shoot it, but they do.
Yeah.
That's
It's wild. It's
a lot
wild
of
what they'll
people.
do.
A lot of people don't understand. I tried to say that when I went over and talked about Cam and Alley years ago. I tried to tell people you have no understanding if you've never been in addiction or loved somebody or witnessed it. You have no idea. You're seeing an avatar on a screen and you're seeing what they want you to see. You are
That's
not seeing what
exactly.
is behind that screen. And turned out a couple of years later, as you know, they lost their children, hands were blown. They're lucky to be alive. Okay. They are very lucky to be alive, including their children. And this is exactly what you're right when you show that, Laura, that's because that's with every drug addict. That's the end for all of it. If we don't find help, find recovery, and tell somebody that we need the help and that we can't do it alone, we're going to die.
That's true. It's very true.
The
6 what is the answer? That's my quote. She won't admit it. She won't own it. What is the answer? Just shut up and
My
say
answer
nothing?
is always tough love because that's what worked for me. That's what worked for the people that I know found recovery in my life. And I know that's what worked for me. I can remember being active addiction and being so cold and being outside and my mom having this nice big house with my kids in it because she had my kids, and I called her and I was like, all I need is a shower, mom, and I want to come over and take a shower and I just want to get warm. And she didn't have it. And that was one of the days that I'll never forget because I sat behind a speedway with my husband shivering, shooting up dope. And I didn't want to do that anymore. It wasn't comfortable. So yeah, uh not make the addict comfortable. Anything that you do to make that addict comfortable, you're only harming them. I know you want to help, but you're not. You're literally harming them. So I need people to understand that in order to, it takes a lot of, it takes a really big selfless person to care about somebody that much that you're willing to cut off all ties with them and tell them, you reach out to me when you want help, when you're ready for treatment, I'll be here. Until then, I have nothing for you. Nothing.
See,
That's the way it has to be.
I
That's
once tried that, and they ended up dying, and I'll never be that way again. And I know
Well, they didn't die though, Laura, because of what you did
you
for them.
did.
They
Right.
didn't die because of that. They died because they died from their addiction, not because of you saying no.
no, I know, but I wasn't there for them at the
But
end because I cut them.
I understand that. I lost
but
my
that's
aunt. I've lost many like that. I know exactly how that feels. But in the same sense, I would rather it be the other way, just because the experience that I've had versus the other way. So
like, for example, did you ever watch the show Intervention on A&E?
Oh yeah, many times.
Laura? Okay. So you remember when they would, before, like, they'd have all the people that they cared about the most, and they're saying, and they would like give their ultimatums to the
Yeah.
addict, like, if you don't go to treatment today, I won't be there for you anymore. I will not give you money anymore. You cannot see, you can, while I have custody of your kids or whatever the situation is, you will not be allowed to visit your kids while you're under the influence of that is what it takes. Sitting them down and saying, I'm not gonna love you to death.
also, you're teaching that drug addict what they can get away with.
Mm-hmm.
So these people have taught her that she can literally get away with anything.
Yep.
I watched it for almost a year and a half now, and again, you guys are killing her. So I hope you know that.
Another thing too, though, two things I want to address. One, six up on what you're saying. To me, dealing with a drug addict is like dealing with a child. You cannot let them get away with stuff. You cannot not put your foot down. Even if you love that child, and you cannot let them get away with whatever they want just because they throw a hissy fit. That's what dealing with an addict is like. That's one thing. Second thing, someone brought up Eugenia Clooney, whatever her name is, before. There's a lot of people that cover her anorexia. And I was anorexic many years ago. And, you can't tell her just eat. But what I don't hear are, if I was to start covering Eugenia every day and, talked about her weight and everything else, nobody would be giving me the same feedback. But they would say, of course you could talk about it every day. Maybe something will click in, but because it's Brittany, I get all this feedback that, is addressing it every night. Does it mean anything? Is it going to do anything? Blah, blah, blah. And I don't know how to make them understand that I don't think you've accepted the fact that you're watching her die. Like you're watching her kill herself.
I worry. I think, she, and I only bring up the talks about or mention the kids, and because she says her kids have trouble going to sleep, but I've also heard them wake her up several times, and I can't help but wonder if part of them, those children, are feeling like they have to stay awake so that they can wake her up. And it hurts me because I'm afraid that one day they're going to go to try and wake her up on a stream and she ain't going to wake up.
What I don't see, again, this is getting into territory that's quote unquote not my business, but I don't even think her kids sleep in their own room. I don't know why she doesn't get them a TV, put it in their room, and put them in their rooms. I think those kids sleep on the couch. I think they all sleep on the couch.
They did get, I know they got new mattresses recently. but
I don't.
Yeah,
I
so again, what active
yeah,
addiction actually looks like is really fucking ugly, guys. It's
that's
really
true.
fucking ugly. What you would expect to be on the other side of that screen is probably even worse than what you would even think.
right.
And I think that what I want to say to, because I'm not really catching a lot of the chat, but what I want to say to everybody and anybody who wants to say anything about the people that are talking about this, I'm sorry. Oh well, people are going to talk about and have commentary. They're going to have opinions. They're going to have feelings. And also, I want to point out that a lot of us have been triggered. Okay. And I know Brittany likes to tell people all the time, if you don't like me, don't watch. So I would like to say the same to her. Okay. If she doesn't want to hear the shit, don't fucking watch. Don't come over to people like Laura's chat and start, oh my God, Laura, I can't believe you're actually talking about the things that I'm doing. Well, of course people are going to talk about it. And of course people are going to want to, well, I don't know. I'm going to speak for my own community. I want to give somewhere um to the people where they can go and talk about it and not feel like they're going to be attacked because they feel a certain way or because they're triggered over a certain situation or because they're mad over a certain situation or because they think a certain way, right? I want to have a community where people feel okay to say what they want to say, not like Brittany's, where you actually go over there and say something and get, blocked right away. So, yeah, I would just say the same thing that Brittany says to everybody else, she needs to start saying to herself. She
I
should
agree
start
with that.
there.
I totally agree with that. Yeah, I don't know, Cookie Slim. I don't know the history between UA and I'm not from Clue or Queen. Like, I have no idea the history. I just run an open panel, open chat for not really an open panel, but tonight it is. But open chat for both sides for anyone to come in. And I mean, really, the only one getting the most shit is me.
Yeah, and also I
Lindsay.
get tired of hearing about people's like histories and what they did in their past and whatever. We're not talking about the past. We're talking about right fucking now.
I agree. I totally agree with that. And Ash, to answer your question, you're right. There's a lot of things that go on behind closed doors that we don't know. But Brittany is bringing a lot of this front and center. I would have never known the dynamic if not for watching with my own eyes. I would never know Craig claps to wake her up without watching with my own eyes. Everything that I have been basing my thoughts and feelings on are stuff that I hear and see with my own eyes and ears. I'm not the only one.
Right. And the sad part too is, she gaslights the people when she is approached and saying, "Hey, called out for falling asleep or, nodding. Um, oh, I was thinking, I wasn't doing that. I was just, and that's something too that, is common in addiction.
It's
Gaslighting
traumatizing. It's
and
it's
it also it
yes.
traumatizes the person that you're that's calling you out for that behavior because they know what they're seeing.
I mean, do I think that a lot of the haters, well, some of them do, but some of the haters don't know anything about addiction and they're just running because they hate Brittany, they hate the way she looks, she hates it. Absolutely. I think over half of them are like that. But there are a good percentage of them, including me, Six Up, I guess UA, but there really is a good percentage of us that are just coming to her from an addict perspective, from a, like I said, I don't know what happens with the kids. I don't know what happens with Craig. I don't know the dynamic with her and Craig, but she is bringing all of this to YouTube. She is going live every single night and nodding out. People aren't going to
Yeah,
ignore
and
that.
Cookie
she's
Slammer, I
also
don't know who exactly you're speaking to. Like if
Not
you're
you.
speaking to Laura or all okay, because
Yeah.
I don't even believe that. I believe, look, Laura said she didn't give a shit, but I don't believe her. I think she does give a shit. I
I
think that's why
do.
she it. I think that she's full of shit in that respect, and she does care, and that's why she's here. And that's also why I would never have said anything if I didn't care. Of course I care. Of course I care. I was Brittany. I am Brittany.
If my no, and I've said this numerous times, everyone knows my number one enemy on this platform is probably MM. If MM called me, she was having an issue with drugs, whatever the situation, guess who would be the first one there for her? Yep, that would be me. So am I close with Brittany? Absolutely not. If she said some vile fucking things about me recently, she absolutely has, but I don't care. It's not about me going there to steal her kids and, fuck her husband. I'm just looking at this from an addict perspective. And from an addict
Right.
perspective, I want her to get help.
And one more thing I would like to say concerning that, and then I will just go ahead and hop down. I'm not, well, I'll speak for myself. I'm not with the whole don't talk about people's children. If they're over there talking about their children, I'm probably going to have a comment about it. But I keep hearing all this, oh, you don't care about her kids. What about Brittany and Craig? What are they doing to support
Yeah.
their children's growth, their mental health, and
I
even
agree.
protecting them? Not a fucking damn thing as far as I can see. So as soon as Cookie Slammer wants to go and take that to Brittany, then I'll take it. Then I'll take it. That's how I feel about that.
Well,
See,
and the problem is,
hold on, you see, I got
yeah.
shit for that because I totally agree with you. And I made the mistake of saying it public, but I'm glad you did because I felt the same way. I keep hearing, why are you doing this, to her kids? Why are you doing this to her? What about what the fuck she's doing? How about what she's doing to her kids and what Craig is doing to her kids? Why should I worry about her kids more than she does? That's my issue too.
The other thing is she uses her children as a way to manipulate her subs and people to donate money to fuel her habit.
That's true too.
Absolutely, she does.
And if you
Absolutely.
can't see that, then I don't know what to tell you, Cookie Slammer.
But I've heard that a lot. Like, you're not thinking about her. You're not thinking about her kids. You're not thinking about this. Why should I care more than she does? And I do care.
Yeah, I think about it like I unfortunately I tell people this all the time. Unfortunately, addiction is the center of it is part of my identity and I'm okay with it. Okay. I am completely okay with it. But yeah, don't come on here and act like you're in recovery, chick. You ain't fooling me.
That's what I said. I agree. But back to my original question, what's the answer?
Just yeah, tough love. That's what I think that's with every addict, but
and to keep, I guess, her what it's going to take, I think, is for her subs to finally have enough of the hold-ons, the complete streams that are mostly 75% of sleeping, gasping for air sounds, and realize that they're being gaslit and they have to walk away. And, sometimes.
look, yeah. Can I say one more thing too? The gall
Yeah.
that she had to come on this platform and say out loud that her children will never be taken from her.
I know.
Really, really fucking stuck out to me because
Wow. I didn't know she said that.
yeah, she
that
did.
one.
And I've been sober before and had people call child services on me and been scared to death I was going to lose my children. So to hear somebody say that they are, I'll never, bitch, you better get your
Cam and
shit
Allie
together.
said the same thing. Cam and
Yeah,
Allie
they
said,
did.
we still have our kids and they're not taking our kids. And oh, yeah, they are, Cam.
No one thinks that they're that's another part of addiction too, is you don't think that there's going to be consequences for your actions.
That's
And
true.
and one of those is thinking that your kids could never be taken from you. You'll never lose them. But my cousin thought that too, and guess where, she never raised any of her children.
Six Up, let me ask you something. I'm going to put a hypothetical out there. You're an addict, you live with your boyfriend, you have kids, some of your kids live with
I
you.
don't have a boyfriend.
No,
I'm
I'm
single.
giving a
Oh,
hypothetical.
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
And some of you, kids live with you and others don't. And, you're in active addiction, but you're online and nobody can prove it. Isn't tough love different online? Like, even if her subs say, okay, we're not going to put up with you putting us on hold every 5 seconds. We're like,
No, I mean it.
what if something happens to her? Then her subs are going to say, we should have supported her. Like, I just don't think there is a win either way.
But tough love is support. That's what I'm trying to say.
In
Like
Right.
that is the ultimate. Like I am being so I wish more people would. I wish that I would have listened, Laura, way before when people were telling me. And because not only am I an addict, but I love many. And there's so many times that I have, oh my God, like had a boyfriend, my brother, had an aunt, I can go on and on and on, that I thought I could love them out of it. I
Mhm.
could be like, oh, here, look at me doing it. Look, if I do it even, then you'll see me doing it. And then it's not going to work. Okay. One of the first rules in recovery, we learned that we have no control. We have no control.
I
That's the
agree.
thing about being active addiction. You want that
Mhm.
instant gratification and all control. It is a very different place to be in to know that you actually have no control. So to get there takes a lot of work, right? A lot. And it's not
Mhm.
easy. It's not going to be all warm and cozy. It is a lot easier just to stay that way, you know? It is. Even though it's sad and it's traumatic and it hurts, it takes a lot of strength to pick yourself up out of there, but Brittany can do it. Brittany can
Oh, I
do
know
it.
she can.
If my daughter was like, when she was on the panel, that's one of the things she wanted Brittany to know, that if my mom can be sitting here right now 10 plus years without putting a needle anywhere near her arms, then you can also do it. And that's the truth.
And I agree with that. Anyone can do it, but I don't think she could do it being in this toxic relationship she's in.
Right.
Like,
Well, that comes again, the phases of recovery. There's phases and there's things that comes with work. Just like you got to pay all your back fines when you get sober, you got to get your license back, right? All you got to work through all them things. You work through them in time. She doesn't even have a safety plan. Wouldn't even know what that meant, Laura. She wouldn't even
Eh,
know. I posted it multiple times trying to tell people, if you care about this girl, you should be in the background right now. I'm gonna say it again. The domestic violence hotline. Go to the website. There's a safety plan on there. Help Brittany make a safety plan for her and those boys to get the fuck out.
now,
That's what you all should be working on.
I also want to say that I know, because I've seen some of the feedback from her supporters. Even if she's taking pills, even if she's doing this, it's because she's gotten a lot worse over the last year due to stress for all of the hate that she gets. And what's the answer to that? I mean, my answer to
The
that is,
answer.
I know my answer is going to be the same as yours. I'm saying, what do you say to that? Because I have said, this is on Brittany. This is active addiction. This is not because of a situation. This is because she is choosing this route. That's my answer.
Well, my answer to that is because she's sick. So
Okay.
it's actually a different answer. She's sick. And the only person that would be able to help her would be a doctor, a provider, a treatment center. So that's the only way. That is literally it. That's how I feel. And yeah, these people that are saying that, they know nothing about addiction, because that's exactly what that is: the manipulation, the lying, the, oh, it's your fault. Oh,
Yep.
I used because today ended in Y. That's what it is. We use because we can't control the urge and the craving. We can't stop. It's a disease. There's
Mhm.
nothing wrong with you because you can't stop, by the way. I want to let everybody know that as well.
Yep.
You can't do it alone.
I agree.
And I think
And go on.
too, it doesn't help, at least like what I've said in the past is, you know, if her subs truly believe that that's the only reason, which I don't think it is, but it really doesn't help. She, I'm like, people would stop talking about you too if you would just focus on your true crime and actually stay awake to do it.
Even if it wasn't true crime, she could talk about fucking
Or
drama all day.
whatever, like just whatever she wants to focus on. Pick something that you love and focus on it, but she is instead trying to she plays to the drama and the victim mentality, and what it does is it really creates a vicious cycle that also helps fuel her addiction and also makes her sick in the process, like Six Up was saying.
But
Yeah, and
her
also my daughter pointed out that the people that are around her, and I've said this often, and around here in this little community, there's a lot of people that are unhealthy. Therefore, their communities are also unhealthy. So the people in them are not healthy. They don't have the skills. They don't have, they're just not healthy people. So they're in it with her. You know what I mean? You see what I'm trying to say? Like a lot of them are probably still active
Yep.
addiction. A lot of them are also vulnerable. I could go on and on and on. They're just not healthy. They don't have they are very easily manipulated.
Codependency, like through
But the ones
in
that I've
terms.
seen, I've inter the ones that I've interacted with, the ones that come in my chat, they just don't know addiction. And that's what's so frustrating. And if they do know addiction, they don't have much sobriety to truly understand. And that's what I've
Or
noticed as well.
yeah, or even the fact that mental health and addiction they are together. So for me, somebody that's a drug addict automatically has post-traumatic stress. So they either got it, and that's why they used, or they got it during the process of the use. So again, these are people that are not they're not they're not well. They're sick. It's just like somebody who is struggling with diabetes and can't get their numbers under control. So they need treatment. They need insulin, or they need whatever it is. They got to eat better. All the things. That is exactly what addiction's like.
Well, yeah, to a certain point, but like if you're addicted to speed, you don't get the option of a maintenance drug, but you also don't have the
Yeah, you do.
problem of
Yeah, you do.
physical addiction. Not really.
Actually, they do give Suboxone for amphetamine now.
They do?
Mm-hmm. And
Nobody
it's
ever
working.
Suboxone.
Yep.
And you can also abuse. I mean, don't think that, and I don't want people to mistakenly think that maintenance drugs also themselves can't be abused, because they can. You have to stick to what you're prescribed, and a lot of times, you'll see, like, as they start to wean people out from like coming every day to coming every few days to a week, whatever, you'll see them, sometimes you'll get blindly called in for either a drug test or a pill count to make sure that they're not abusing those maintenance medications.
Yeah, methadone is more likely to be abused than Suboxone. I would like to point that out.
Yeah.
Also, they are really, really strict now, and they do that kind of stuff. But Yeah, I mean, I got a lot to say about that. I really wish that people would learn more about the things that they want to talk, like not you, Laura, not you guys,
I
but
know what
just
you mean.
other people that are commenting on this stuff, and they just won't go just take it in and take a simple like Google search or anything to learn
Mhm.
anything about it. Yes, I'm on maintenance meds right now. I've been on maintenance meds since I have been sober. I was on methadone for many years, and I've been on Suboxone for almost 12 years now. So I have a lot of experience actually. I actually was in a trial when Suboxone first came out, a trial for Suboxone many, many years ago. Um, yeah, and
I
I
remember
find it
when
to be
I
a
got
miracle
sober.
drug.
When I got sober, they didn't offer you anything. It was cocaine is not a physically addicting drug, so 72 hours it's out of your system, and then you just need therapy for your head.
I
And
mean,
that
there are people that does work. I want to say that too. Like recovery looks different for every single person.
Mhm.
It's not exactly the same. And that I was mentioning earlier, the different phases. There's different phases of it and all that too. And I just don't. Brittany's not in recovery. And I'm going to repeat that. There's a difference between being clean, okay, me being able to piss in a cup and piss clean, than being in recovery. Recovery is a lifestyle. It is your
Yep.
lifestyle. It's very different.
Right.
That's what I said. I said that earlier.
And
I
I just want to say too, just before I like too, because of the comment like that Six Up just made, piggybacking off that, um, it if for some reason someone sees this and they're struggling themselves and want to get help, um, you cannot, it's not depending, especially depending on the medication, just simply like cold turkey cutting it off can lead to death. You need
Mhm.
to do it under the direction of a and the supervision of a medical professional.
Yes, and Harlow, my opinions are is that it doesn't matter. So even though I do have an opinion and about to answer you on it, I still feel like that it doesn't matter what the substance is. So my opinion is that she's definitely on maintenance medication and she definitely uses street drugs. I'm not with Laura. I do not believe that she only is using only because I've been on maintenance medication for 20 plus years and I know a lot of people on it and I've seen it. I think that she's using street drugs with her maintenance medication. And I think that people have given her thousands of dollars lately to do so.
and I was my views kind of changed after what I heard tonight. I don't know if you heard it. It was bad.
I heard part of it. I was in and out. Like I said, the kids came in. I did hear her breathing.
That was
And
horrible.
my ex used to do that, and it's very familiar to me. So
So that's the other thing I wanted to ask you with that breathing. To me, that sounded like a cat was getting tortured. So people were saying that when you put your head down, you get that kind of breathing because it's constricted.
yeah, and it's not just because of the head going down. For
Right.
her, it's because she's morbidly obese. She is obese. She's
Mhm.
obese. She's says that she has asthma, so that's a chronic breathing condition. And then you put the opiate and whatever other street drugs on top of it. It is a recipe for disaster. I just wish she really would listen and go get Narcan and get it in the house and put it everywhere in
I
the
have
house.
Narcan. I when I was I'd put in a chat. I didn't know if it would go. I thought it was blocked, so I didn't know it would go through. But I I said something about please make sure that there's like to the effect of getting Narcan in her house. And I have Narcan. I mean I would be happy to send it just you know there but there's I mean I even got an extra one for because I was
I
like
mean, it costs
I wish you would take
$38
out, you know.
it costs $38 at Walgreens. I'm sure she can pick up a couple vials herself, you know?
Well, there's also like where I live, I mean I've been doxed out from here to Sunday, but I live in Nashville and there's a program here where they actually have vending machines, and you can go and
Yes, they
you
have it in
just
Cincinnati too. Yep.
and it's free, completely free, and you just, so depending on where you're located, and if anybody ever needs medications and can't afford that $36 or whatever it is, um, I'll be happy to go,
Well, I would point out too that you can also just Google free Narcan. You can put in shatterproof.org is an amazing organization. They will hook you up with Narcan, get it sent out right away. So there are many organizations that can make sure that you have it. But again, in the United States, it's really simple to get. Just go to your local pharmacy and you can pick it up.
YouTube kicked me out. StreamYards kicked me out. That
yeah.
was so weird.
I know. I was like, what? It did something weird on I was like, what in the world?
Yeah, no, StreamYards just totally kicked me out. It's like, shut down. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but yeah, again, I really don't think the substance matters, guys. I think it's pretty clear. And I also want to just say that she could even be thinking that she's getting certain things off the street and they're not what they think that she's getting.
Oh.
So that happens a lot, especially now.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in the area of the region of the nation that she's in. So I want to point that out too. I heard something about a certain I'm just going to say she's most likely addicted to something that she doesn't even know she's addicted to, even.
What do you mean?
Because I mean that, okay, the last time I relapsed, one of my drugs of choice is benzos. I'll just say benzos. I won't say the name of the drug.
Okay.
Benzos. So I thought that I was buying them from somebody off the street, and it turned out that I was buying fentanyl, and I was doing it for 2 or 3 months, and I had no idea. They tasted like them and everything because they cut them. They put a little, just enough of the Xanax in there with them, so you have that. But yeah, I found out through, thank God, because at the time I was on maintenance medication. I went in to be tested and they tested me and they asked me, why are you positive for fentanyl? And that's how I found out. So yeah.
See, I don't understand. Why do dealers fuck with fentanyl? Like, you can kill someone and then you got a murder charge, not a drug dealing charge.
Because it doesn't take very much, Laura, and it's cheap.
Yeah.
That's why.
And the other thing is, that's scary about these street drugs is that you have these in the past when people were manufacturing pills at their house, at home or whatever, and selling them on the streets. You could usually tell the difference between that and something that was manufactured by,
Right.
but these pill presses and how they're making them are so different than how they used to be that they look very similar, if not,
Yeah.
almost identical to what you would get at Walgreens.
I also like to point out, it's not even just benzos. It's not even just opiates. There are other drugs that are commonly abused, like gabapentin,
Right.
Soma, so
Oh, I
many.
forgot about Soma. I forgot about Soma.
Yeah, she kind of reminds me actually sometimes when I see her, I think that may be one of the things. I don't know. Again, it doesn't really matter. Irregardless to me, she's active addiction. And to me, I look at every person active addiction the same. The only difference is the part that they're in. Are they in the denial phase? Are they in the ready phase? Are they in the movement phase? Are they in the maintenance phase? Are they in the recovery phase? You know what I mean? There's different phases.
Okay, Kramer Real says, have TMS treatments ever helped with recovery? What's TMS treatments?
It's like a magnetic, it's a therapy for like depression, but it's like a
Oh, okay.
magnetic kind of thing. I
Okay.
I would think that it would. I mean, I have because even of course my PTSD has to be complex, but I have complex PTSD. So I actually had that light therapy for a while. That helped me a lot with my trauma, addiction, all of that. So I think any therapy helps. I do group therapy. I have one-on-one therapy. I have a psychiatrist. I have a treatment plan. I'm on Suboxone. I go to AA. I talk about it on here. I mean, I live it all day, every day. I would recommend Suboxone Cookie Slammer just for me, but that's only because of my experience with it. I would not tell somebody though, don't go get on methadone because no, I would tell them go now, whatever it takes you to stop. Harm reduction is the number one thing to get the person to stop hurting themselves.
So now, what's your answer when her enablers, Brittany's such a good mom. Okay, nobody in active addiction is a good mom while they're in active addiction. I don't care who the fuck you are. Guy, girl, doesn't matter. Nobody in active addiction is a great mom. What's your
even if she was in active addiction, even if you took away and you said, oh, she's still a horrible mother. She's a horrible mother. The way she comes on here and the things she does with those children, and what she allows to be said around her children, and all that. I mean, I could go on
That's
and on and
mind
on and on
blowing.
and on.
It's mind
Yeah.
blowing to me. She also puts, talks about things that would put any child in fear, and it just kind of, I also feel for them in that regard as well.
And I also want to remind people when I say that I was also a horrible mother. I was awful. I abused my children. I was a fucking monster. I was a fucking monster. And that's how I know and I see right through her. She is exactly what I mean, I'm telling you from my own experience. My daughter came up. That was one of the reasons why I invited my daughter, because I thought, well, maybe this will be, and not just for Brit. That stream was not for Brittany, by the way. I want to make that clear. It was for everybody in recovery, everybody in addiction struggling, and everybody that wanted to know more about that. That's it. And yeah, I'm going to do it again because I think people, especially in this sector, need to hear more about it, obviously. Because no, it's not a bad thing either for it to be said. Because when it was said to me, it fucking hurt and I got my shit together. So
you have to be honest. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you cannot like when you are talking to an addict, you have to be honest about where they're at and what they're doing and how their addiction is not only harming themselves but their loved ones as well. And you can't sugarcoat it. That's the thing. People think it's almost like romanticizing recovery. It doesn't work.
I agree. And sweet sativa, it may be expensive to get clean, but trust me, it's way more expensive to get high.
You ain't lying.
And it just is. I don't even know how
way less traumatic. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know how somebody could reason that. I would pay every penny I had to be like this versus what I was like when I was like, man, you can't even compare. There is no comparison. But it is true. The way that people access care should be better. That is very true. I would love to point that out. But Brittany is at a part in the country where she would have no problem accessing care. So
now, North Carolina, from what I searched, I said if you're on Medicaid, move to North Carolina. They offer a lot for dental. Alabama gives nothing. Well, my kids were on. I had to take them off because they didn't cover any dentist. They were horrible.
I'll have to talk to you about that because they definitely will cover like Medicaid will cover dentistry.
Oh no, they won't, not anymore.
Yeah, there's some
not
states
cover for kids.
There's every state is different. Every single
I
state
used to
is
live in
different.
Alabama and my dad was a dentist, so
Alabama Medicaid is the worst. I ended up fucking getting them real dental plans because it was pointless. I was like, this covers almost nothing. And it covered medication and hospital visits, but that's about it. No dentist. Alabama does not believe in covering dentists for children or for adults. Their only dental they covered was getting like teeth cleaned. That's it. You had a filling, they didn't cover it. They're awful.
I mean, that must have changed since I moved away from Alabama.
I know, it was awful.
Can I mention a little bit about, because I keep mentioning these phases and I forget that like your viewers are probably don't have any idea what the fuck I'm talking about at all. Can I talk a little bit about that, Laura?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So like I did a little bit when I did my live stream, but there's let me see, 5 different stages. They call them stages of recovery from addiction. Okay. So the stage 1 is the pre-contemplation phase, and that's denial of the problem. That is what I would say that Brittany is in. She's in the denial of the problem. It occurs the individual recognize that they're an addict, but not a problem, right? It's not they may recognize it, still not a problem, right? The second stage is contemplation. They're considering change. They're considering reducing, stop. They're going to stop a little bit. They're starting to weigh the pros and cons. They're probably not ready for treatment, but they're talking about it or kind of hitting around it. That's that phase. Then you get to stage 3. That's the preparation. You're actually planning for your sobriety. You're talking to your family about where you're going to go. You're making plans. You're reading about it. All the things. You're preparing for your sobriety. Then there's the action phase where you are actually going in and you are getting treatment. Your confidence is going to increase. You're getting positive impact on your life. You're getting in therapy. All the things are happening. You're getting a relapse prevention plan, which is what I recommend for every single person in recovery to right away get a relapse prevention plan, because you will relapse. Stage 5 is maintenance, and that's sustaining your sobriety. So those are the stages that I'm talking about. When I mention them, and a lot of people are like, "What the hell?" That's all I'm talking about is the different phases. And she's at the first one. She is in complete denial. She doesn't recognize it as a problem. There's no preparation. There's no plan for sobriety. That's where Brittany's at.
Or she does recognize it, but just won't admit it to us. And
Right.
that's another thing. I hear people say she doesn't owe YouTube anything, but she does, because her YouTube, it just like if you were at a job and you were getting high and your boss put you in rehab, or you do owe them an apology. You do owe them to know, like, yes, I was getting high on the job and I apologize and I'm sorry. In that respect, she does owe her subs a sorry. She does owe it to her subs to come clean. Does she owe complete strangers? No. I mean, technically we're complete strangers, but you know what I mean. But she does owe her community a sorry when she's ready to come clean. She does, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, and that I agree with you, but that would come that would come months down after treatment, sobriety, all that, because it would have to be genuine, right? Not when she like, yeah, and I'm just keeping it real, guys. It's not gonna fucking happen. It's not gonna
Does she
happen.
owe her haters? No. But maybe and this is just, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe with enough, like, all right, in order for anyone to come clean, you have to be sick and tired of being sick and tired, period. It's an old saying, but it's very true. You have to finally say enough is enough. I don't want to live like this anymore. I can't live like this anymore. I have to do this for my children, whatever your reason is. But you have to be sick and tired of being sick and tired. And maybe, just maybe, something will trigger with her, with all these people coming after her. Like, all right, enough is enough. I want to get my shit together. Maybe it's possible. Right?
Nah. Because no, because that's what fuels her being a perpetual victim and allows her to come on here and crowdsource more and say I am the victim and blah 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 blah. When you hear nothing from Brittany's channel and she is in treatment, that is when you know that real shit's happening. Until then, I wouldn't, I mean, that's just me. Like, that's how I got with her because I felt like, well, I'm going to try too because it's me. I'm watching. And why not? I have the time, a little bit of time. I'm never going to give, I've learned through the years, I'm never going to give any addict more than I can give because there's been times where it's pulled me back down. And that goes with any of them. But I'm still going to go in there and try to talk. And I have several tried to reason with her just to see what kind of issue, not on addiction, just on basic things like I don't know, getting premium after you promised it for fucking 19 months and took money in to do it and then come back and say that that never happened, shit like that.
Right.
I
And
al-
she can't be reasoned with.
I also want you guys to clock something that I really in my heart of hearts think is how this is going to go down. She is going to, everyone's going to realize that she does not have an attorney to go after YouTubers. And at first I thought she was going to handle it differently, but now I think she's going to tell everyone that's when she's going to come clean to everyone and let everyone know that this, you know, she did have a problem and she's trying to get help. And that's how she's going to garner sympathy from ripping people off. Clock it. Because that's what I think is
I
going to
don't.
happen.
That would admit.
She
That would
said
require
clock
her
it.
to admit something, though. That would require her to admit she has a problem and had a problem, and she was lying about it. And I just don't think that she's at that point.
No, but if people find out that she really robbed the attorney or that she scammed money and she
She'll
took all
find
this
another
money and it
way.
didn't go where it was supposed to, I think that is a very good possibility of how she's going to save herself.
Laura, I would like. Well, I think that I would like to say that maybe I could see that. I don't see that. I see her coming up with another solution, and that involves her having no accountability for what we have been calling out, because that would require her to admit that she was not telling the truth about all of the stacks of, which I thought was interesting too, when she was talking about all the drug tests that she has showing that she's free. I don't have any drug tests laying around my house, and
No.
most of the people that I know that do get tested for drugs are because they're in a maintenance
Yep. Or they're on a
program.
schedule for narcotic.
Or child services.
Yes, that too. You know, and then too, it's like, okay, if you have all of these, then where are they? Like, why are, I'd be the first one to show, like, redact my name, you know, redact my last name, give it enough to show that it's definitely me, and be like, see, I'm clean. She's been gaslighting this with a, I'll do a follicle test, you know, challenging queen, challenging clue, challenging, you know, let's hair follicle, 52 panel test. You know, we've heard all of this stuff for so long, and where is it? What's she done about it? Except
She
for
ain't going
she just
to,
keeps
yeah.
mentioning.
I did that whole drug screen thing with her too. She wanted to go live and talk about me, and I can't believe you six up. And I was like, "Look, Brittany, put it to rest. I'm coming through there. I'll pick you up. I'll take you. We'll go take one together. We'll put this shit to rest. I'll put it all over our channels, and we'll say fuck all the haters. Let's do it. You ready?" Not a fucking peep. Not a fucking peep. She got real quiet. Didn't hear six up out of her mouth anymore.
And you know, too, I thought it was interesting that, you know, she talks about, you know, don't shame people in recovery, and wants to claim that she's in recovery, which I think there's a difference, like Six had mentioned earlier. But yet she was so quick to talk shit about Crabtree the other day when he
Yeah.
blew up. And so it's like for anyone that wants to criticize and say that just remember that. So she doesn't even follow her own she follows advice when it's convenient for her to follow.
Oh, absolutely.
That.
I agree with that. I've seen that firsthand. She one of my mods said today, she goes into anywhere that is quote unquote protecting her. She starts shit. Anyone that says anything bad is now labeled a hater and all the it's such bullshit. Like, Brittany, you're so fucking in active addiction, you can't even see it. You just can't see what's fucking right in front of you. And then she thinks that everybody's dumb. No, only your supporters.
Right.
And Craig.
Well, he's
pretty fucking dumb.
Yeah, both of the two of them combined couldn't spell Sal together, but
I really do think though that, and I know I like people in recovery repeat this shit all the time, the whole jail institution death. But Laura keeps asking, like, what there is literally nothing that anybody online can do, nor is anybody online responsible. I don't care what she says to people. That is not the truth. Whatever happens to Brittany will be what happens to Brittany.
That's true.
Wherever you are, if there's a problem, you're it. I learned that in recovery too. So
That's true. It is true though. And Joanne, I said the same thing. I said that on day one. And then like 3 hours later, Voices said the same thing on QB's panel. And I was like, no, how does Voices know what's in my head? Because I said the same thing. That was my first thing, that she was going to say, I paid the attorney and he robbed me. And, I have no money left. And I can't believe he did this. And he didn't do anything and nothing happened. Yeah, I had that. I said, clock it, guys. That's exactly what is going to happen.
well, I also think she's putting out the narrative that people have harassed her lawyer. So that will be part of it too. Oh, guys, they just harassed him so much that he said he can't do it. I don't believe that she's
that
ever
would
had an
require
attorney.
him to refund her the
Mhm.
money that he hasn't applied towards services.
Have y'all now I've only had a couple attorneys in my life, but I've known a few. Have y'all ever known an attorney that you can just pay a couple $1,000s here and there through a 4 or 5 month period and he'll just be like, hey,
No.
I'll just wait till you're done to do whatever? No, that is not the way it works. And she's having meetings with them and shit. That is not the way it works either.
No.
They bill hourly. I had one attorney meet with me one
Yep.
time, and they did where they'll do like it was like $200 for a meeting. It was like half an hour. Okay. Like half an hour for $200. So I just don't believe that shit.
And
Nina,
they
that's
bill
one
in
of the
6-minute increments.
Nina, that's one of the main things that caused me and Sinner to fight. Was I had said an attorney, she would keep her fucking mouth shut. And if you have an attorney, you give him the information and you shut up about it. You go on about your day. And that's why you hire an attorney to represent you. And he was like, that's not true. I'm like, I can't even argue with stupidity because that's exactly how it
It
works.
actually is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've spoken to 2 attorneys about the very issue. I mean, some people know some of the things that's another thing that fucking aggravates me about Brittany. When she sits over there on her panel and says, none of these people have been through anything like I've been through on here or
Yeah.
anything like that. Bitch, what? I
She
can't think of a
has
creator on here that hasn't been through some kind of if our identities are known, we have had people go real life on us. Believe that.
Oh, fuck yeah. But technically, she only has 5 people going after her. I had an entire fucking DC community. She's got 5 people, 5 main creators. That's it. Like, she
Yeah, it's
doesn't
just
have it so bad.
it's very, very off-putting for her to say that in a community full of creators that are watching her, that have all been through shit. Oh, I'm the only one, and they would never last. No, and I'm gonna tell you what, Brittany, I wouldn't, because I've been through just a little tiny piece of what you've been through. I'm still being called 6 ups a box of media by these motherfuckers on here. Don't bother me a bit. Don't bother. I don't go live and say, "Oh my God, somebody called me Suboxone Media." I don't give a fuck. That's funny. That's funny. Maybe somebody will go and learn what Suboxone is and get treatment. That's how I look at it. That's why I know you're active addiction, Brittany, because it would not bother you the way that it does. It wouldn't.
Right.
And I don't really even
I
think it
agree.
does bother you. I just think that you use it as a way to get more money for your drugs. So that's what I think.
And I agree with that. And Nina, I completely agree with you too. Nina said, I've been an attorney since '04. I know for a fact she does not have an attorney. That receipt she showed calling a customer and not a client with a quantity is totally fabricated. I agree
Yeah.
with that too.
I've never
Did
seen
did you see
quantity
the
of
number?
one.
Did you see the number on the invoices? That's a dead
No.
giveaway. People, listen up. Go look at those invoices and look at the numbers to the invoice. So if I give my attorney $2,000 in July, okay, and I make another payment like a month or two later, the invoice number that he gives me the next time is not going to be the very next number.
Right.
There's going to be so many numbers in between
That's
that.
true.
There's
That's
no
true.
way that she is the only client for that attorney. I looked at his website. She's not his
Well,
only client.
have you looked
I'm
at some of the cases he's taken to trial and the
Hmm.
outcomes and all that stuff? Yeah. She might be like it, I don't think they're lined up around the block to hire him.
But
Just
either
saying.
way, and I'm with Nina. I said that too. I've dealt with enough attorneys. They never say customer. You're not a customer. You're a client. It's
And I
like,
think it
Also,
was quantity
she's
one. What does
yeah,
that
she
mean?
said there's no retainer. It's a whatever
Flat
price
fee.
attorney. And then she gives a retainer and it says retainer. Retainers are usually paid for criminal defense attorneys. If it was a flat payment attorney, well, first of all, I what is a flat payment attorney?
That's
Because attorneys bill hourly and by court, by paperwork, by phone calls, by all this other shit. I don't know any
a
now. A
lot of
criminal
times.
defense attorney, yeah.
A lot of times, six you'll see flat fee attorneys in like probate estate type matters,
yes,
but
I'm
that's
That makes
yeah,
sense.
probate is
Makes
that's
sense.
flat
really
rate.
kind of where it is.
Yeah, that
And I
makes
Any
more
agree with
sense.
that.
anything that's like civil that's like not on a contingency basis would have a retainer. Anything
Hmm.
that's criminal, same thing, is gonna have a retainer.
Actually, I just thought about it too. My bankruptcy was a flat rate,
But
so that
yeah,
was a flat
bankruptcy
rate.
was the other one that's a
Yeah.
flat rate sometimes.
But you can't get a channel taken down just because like nobody at YouTube is going to sit there and listen to Clues Live over and over and over, every one that she does, or Queen Bee. They're not, they're covering their asses. There's nothing they can say. Like if they had titles like fuck you, you're going to die or something like that, then I could see YouTube legal taking them down. But they write like Queen Bee watches her ass with her titles. Saturday Night Shenanigans. Like that's what they, everything is in the, not algorithm, but what's the word I'm looking for? Automatic, they look for things and
Right.
it's
It looks
automatic they
like
look for
kind of
things.
AI, kind of how it'll police stuff.
And that's another thing. She said the lawyer had to submit a letter to YouTube with a few clips to get them removed. I don't believe that at all.
She also said her lawyer's
You're a
listening to
liar.
these YouTube lives too, which
Uh-huh.
I just find it hard to believe that a lawyer's just listening to one right after the other of what's going on in Brittany's, who's talking about Brittany.
I mean, that attorney does. When I recall when I looked him up, he does do like defamation cases. When I went and spoke to an attorney about my certain situation, that's kind of what the attorney said that would be his, where the way he would go for me with my whole YouTube thing would be like a defamation, slander kind of thing. You know how much money that is?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right now, it's not worth it. Nobody on this platform is worth it. And yeah, I don't believe it, guys. I haven't believed it from the beginning, but people already know that. I could be wrong. I could be
Yeah.
wrong. but I do not believe that she has an attorney. And I will tell you again, too, from my experience, that the attorney that I spoke to a couple of them, both told me that if I started on this, just like Laura said, there will be no talking about the situation on
Mm-mm.
YouTube.
Because
So,
it hurts your case. You
yes.
can't talk about it. Even with a custody fight. When I was in this tumultuous custody fight, don't talk to him, Laura. I'm like, he calls me. He's my father, his kid's father. It doesn't matter. Don't talk to him. Give the phone to Dayton and do not speak to him because it was only going to hurt me. He was going to use any word I say could be used against me. It's the same thing, here.
That's why criminal defense attorneys say guilty or whether you're guilty or not, if you're, being interrogated and possibly, there's a possibility you could be accused of anything criminally, lawyer up. Like, go ahead and say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
And she keeps saying like the reasoning for her that she would be able to go after these people. And I also like to point out that I don't agree with these people. I don't like them. Like I don't give a shit. But they can have their platforms, right?
I agree.
I just don't watch. But it's not logical to believe that you're gonna take anybody else down when you're doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing the exact same thing.
Tell
But
her not
here's-
to engage too. Yeah.
But here's my thing as well. So let's say you did. None of us are 500 million subscribers, 2 million subscribers. We all have 20 something thousand, 19 to 20 something thousand. Okay, that wouldn't take much to rebuild. It's not like you're taking a channel with 500,000 subs, 2 million subs. That would take a little bit. But to go from 0 to 20 for Clue or Queen Bee, they'd probably have it in fucking a year. And
yeah.
They would pop back up. So even if you took their channel, so they'll pop up with another one. What was your point?
And what's her loss? That's another question that I agree with certain people on. What's her loss? Because I see gain. Yeah, I see gain. I see that you use this situation actually to further your channel. Like people say, no press is bad press, and she is actually profiting off of this. So I don't know how and you can't say, Brittany, that you're going to sue somebody because they said that you're a drug addict or they think you're under the influence.
I agree.
That is not a suable thing. First of all, you said openly that you're a drug addict. So there you go. There's your answer. I mean, also, you can't sue people for having the opinion that you're a horrible mother. We're allowed to have that opinion. And I know a lot of people say in this sector, oh, we don't talk about. I agree. I completely agree. How about the people quit exploiting their kids and then they wouldn't have their children to be taken advantage of? I learned that from my own self.
I agree.
Yeah.
But also think about this. And I tried to tell Sinner this a while ago and he wasn't having it and I just gave up. But I'll use Queen Bee as an example. When Betty sued Queen Bee, she never in a wildest dreams thought the Queen Bee would be able to raise $200,000 3 years later. You don't think Clue could do the same thing? She could.
Clue already has. I mean, I'm pretty sure Clue already has.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, Brittany, you're playing a game. Like, you don't think these people can raise a huge amount of money to come back at you? You don't think that they would file something against you? Like, you're fucking stupid.
Oh, and
she's already lost. I mean, she's already lost. She's already got. I mean, think about that. You have already lost. You filed this whole thing against Granny. You lost. They haven't even come for the money yet, girl, and you're already trying to raise money to sue somebody else, and you want to come on here and act like you're the victim and whoa you, wow you, all you, your poor kids. Why don't you fucking do something, anything? That's what I want to see. Brittany and Craig do something to actually protect their children. Finding out that they don't even fucking have cameras up after I've listened to her for a year and a half and 3-4 years, of the history before her saying that they have all these cameras and they have all this shit. She's taking in money. Yeah, that is insanity to me that you people are going to sit there and support that shit. Sorry, it's ridiculous to me.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard she raised money for cameras multiple times. Or
yeah.
people
I mean,
sent her cameras.
she no, she like she was sent money for cameras, and uh when the police came out and the audio was she played the audio when I guess Dark Horse had called because she set up that stream. I'll say this, that stream that the day that Dark Horse called, I think that was she intentionally got on there and sad fished and said things that were very concerning, or that could be taken very concerning, with especially with the title. And you know, she told in that recording that she plays, she tells them, "Oh, we're strapped with cameras. Where are they?"
Wow. That's crazy though. But you know what? It's her idiot subs that keep supporting it. They never ask, like, where does the money go?
Well, I mean, you'd think that
Shit blows me away because I'm a very small YouTuber. I've only been through a little bit of this shit. And we got cameras on every corner. And I don't understand it. It's very simple and inexpensive, actually. You can get a camera on Amazon for $20 that has sound, night vision, stays up in the weather, and even moves if movement is in your yard, Brittany. It's wild. $20.
yeah.
Unreal. Sass said she was given money to fix tires last winter, and then we found out she's still driving on a donut. Then the windows combusted out of the van. Brittany's trying to take donations to get a case to sue, but the other you mentioned have been sued frivolous, which is not right. What is she suing for? There's nothing for her to sue for.
She's
You can't sue someone because they talk shit about you. You just can't. No, you
Well,
can, Lindsay. You absolutely can. I know people that have done it. If you don't drive a lot,
I was gonna say I drove on a donut many times for way longer than I should have.
yeah, I know a lot of people that have. If you don't drive a lot and you don't go many places, you can keep a donut in your car
he's
for
the
a
only
year.
one that drives, though, Laura. I don't think he drives.
I don't think they leave the house much.
I was
Well,
about to say the only time
that
she's leaving
too.
the house is to go fill, you know.
At Walmart, and that I hear about is Walmart, Dollar General, a school.
BEERRUN, beer run.
Right. Thanks for the alcohol.
Right?
I mean, I think a list was made of all the different things that she's asked, tried to like get money for. And it was, I mean, it was very long for sure.
But if you're not suing, what are you doing? Like, literally, what the fuck would she be doing then?
Well, I looked at the attorney's website for myself, and I don't know the answer to that because the only other thing that she would out of everything that he does would be a privacy thing. Something he says something on there about privacy violations or something like that. That's the only thing I can think of.
Does he do copywriting? I can't remember.
No,
Offhand.
just the privacy and defamation.
Oh, well.
Yeah, but defamation's a lawsuit.
Yeah, and she would never, I mean, you would be insane. And well, she is insane. So maybe she is. I don't know.
Defamation's a lawsuit. She would have to file, but hey, Tony, she's allegedly on his like she paid him off already. He would be on file somewhere. That's my issue.
Well, this is my thing. So I actually said something in Granny's chat when this all first happened. I actually went in Granny's chat. She was discussing it, and I tagged her, and I was like, I don't even know why I thought this. Like, I'm insane too sometimes. But I was like, why don't y'all just call the attorney and ask him? Because she just said it. Because she did. She was like, y'all go ahead, call my attorney. I don't, it was the night before she said that. And I was like, why don't people just call? It's not illegal to call and ask an attorney if a certain person retained them. And in fact, they have to tell you. In case people didn't know that, they will say, yes, that person has retained me, because that way you don't have the conflict of interest if you want to retain somebody. I did hear that people reached out to him through the little app through his website. But what I was saying is you could just call the attorney and say, hey, has BJ retained you? And that would be the end of it. But of course, Granny was like, I'm not going to be the one to do that. And I said, well, yeah, you're
No,
right.
BJ, the question is, did BJ retain you having to do with other YouTubers? That would
Well, I don't
be,
think that he would have to answer that, though. What I'm saying
Yeah,
is that the only thing that he
that's
has to
privileged.
answer, yes, the only thing he has to answer legally is whether she is a client. That's it. But that would be enough, because then you would know, hey, she actually has an attorney. So it's really simple to me. And it's also simple that Brittany could put it all to rest by saying, call her attorney, put him on the phone, hold up the phone, and say, hey, can you tell my viewers, the people that are donating to me, that I have an attorney? That would be really simple too. An
yeah,
email,
but
anything.
no, because he could be an attorney for an estate issue. He could be an attorney for something totally other
And
than YouTube.
Yeah, but also she hasn't done even that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, she could have even done that and fooled people. You know what I mean? Could be an attorney for anything, but she hasn't even done that. That's how I know for a fact. I mean, I really don't believe her. I think it's all active addiction, scam. Yeah.
Oh, I do
No,
think.
it is true. It is true, Lindsay. It is true. You can absolutely call that attorney. You can call any attorney and ask them if they have a
no,
client.
it's not confidentiality, Lindsay, because
No.
here's what happens when usually like when an attorney is retained, for example, usually they will go and to the courts and they'll file this thing called a notice of appearance.
Yes.
Um so what is confidentiality is trying to inquire is it about the YouTube part? That's where the confidentiality would come in.
Yeah,
Is
like they're not
to
going to tell
what
you what
is
she
being retained
paid.
for.
Right. They're not allowed to tell you anything, but they absolutely have to tell you if she's a client. I've been through it before. That's something that my grandmother went through, with something that she was going through, and it was a whole criminal thing. But yeah, you can call an attorney and ask them if a person is a client, and they have to tell you.
So, assuming she doesn't have assuming she does have an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, but I mean, I'm just saying my experience. I've done it before, so I don't know why it would be not legal, especially when it's something that, like, it's public record. So if you get an attorney for something, obviously you're getting it for something that's going to be filed in your local court, so that would be public. You know what I
See,
mean? And just like,
that's what
yeah,
I'm saying though. Why? Who has an attorney? Let's say she paid him off. She said she paid him off a couple of weeks ago. Where is this? Why is this not on file anywhere? An attorney has to put something on court record that he's your attorney or she's your attorney.
Well,
That's
her
what I don't
story
understand.
about how much she's paid, Laura, keeps changing. That's the thing.
well, as soon as I retained, and this may do, as soon as I did retain my defense attorney, even though I didn't pay him the whole amount, like I owed him 5,000, but I only paid him 2,500, he still went ahead and filed the thing in the court. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know.
You wait,
Be
did you
interesting to
call?
learn more.
How much have you called?
No,
Oh,
Alabama
it's Alabama
mama
mama.
did. Yeah.
Well, I'm just reading chat.
Yeah.
It was Alabama mama.
Did she call, or did The attorney
Well,
called
the
her.
attorney called her after
Okay.
she engaged in the little chat, little thing.
Oh, that's the one that that called with Jay or something
Right.
and said it was like 7,500 to take down a channel.
Yeah. That was that. There were two people that called, Alabama Mama and Joe Madre.
See, that's just weird.
7,500 to take down a what?
Like
And
what
the
I
thing is, you can't an attorney cannot guarantee
That's what I'm
results or an outcome.
That's what
Wow.
I thought was very weird. I'm like, is Jay
I didn't
full?
know that. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Jay went on QB's panel, a Clues panel, one of them, and said that it was Granny's panel. Her and her mods or whatever called the lawyer. The lawyer said it was $7,500 and he could get channels taken down. I was like, Jay is full of shit. Nobody fucking said that, but I guess they did.
Okay, I have another question, UA. Maybe you'll know this because this would be a good question to know. Whenever Alabama Mama got the call from the attorney, did they let it be known online, and then that's how Brittany found out, or did Brittany go live?
Here's what happened. Brittany, when during one of her lives, Brittany showed her emails and it showed the attorney's name in there.
And then they called.
So then the name of the attorney that Brittany was communicating with was out there. So that then it was known who the attorney was that she was talking about.
Yeah,
And
well, I
then
was trying to
they went
get
to the
from you
website.
what I was trying to understand, because I remember she went live and was talking about people calling her attorney and stuff. So what I was trying to understand is how she would know that if she didn't actually have the attorney, but you just answered that for me because she showed the email with the attorney's name. So that makes sense.
Accidentally. Yeah. She
Yeah.
didn't realize she had done it. And, people over here sometimes pay attention, especially if you're talking about attorneys and taking channels down. You pull up your emails. People are going to, all right, let me screenshot or whatever, and get their little spy goggles out and look in and see, is there anything, related to that?
Yeah, but don't you, and I don't think they would make this public, but just knowing who they are, did it ever occur to anyone that, let's say, I'm just using Clue as an example. Clue called and said, I want to get Brittany's channel taken down. Like, did this ever dawn on Brittany?
No.
Well, if Brittany already retained the attorney, they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. There would be a conflict of interest.
Well, I'm saying to find out if she had an attorney. Just say, I want to get this channel.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would be, if I was one of the channels that was being threatened, as soon as I seen that name, I'm just keeping it real. That shit ain't going real life. The going real life is her fucking suing people. That's going real life. If I was the one
That's
being
called
sued, I'd be calling.
verification in my
Right.
book.
Yep. I'd be calling and being like, hey, has she retained you? I need to know, am I gonna be getting served soon? Like, what's up? I wouldn't
If not,
tell
I'd
anybody
maybe
on your
like to
stuff.
hire you,
I do not believe that an attorney can even do that. I just don't. Not a fly-by-night attorney like that. I just don't see it.
Did Laura, have you seen his website?
No, I haven't. I don't even know the guy's name.
Okay.
Why, is it bad?
I think
Put
it's
it like
fucking
this.
funny.
The things that the cases he brags about winning, Laura, are ones that the attorney I worked for out of college, it was like his retainer.
Oh,
for
no
certain
shit.
cases. Yeah.
Is he new?
No. He's been around for a while and he ain't that impressed. Like, that's why
What
when
does
they
he
were all
call? What does
freaking
he
out
call
on
himself?
grannies.
UA, what is that? He calls himself something like I can't think of it. It's bugging me. I almost want to get the name again so I can look him up again. But he calls himself something like he's gonna. God, I wish I could remember it. I'm so sorry. I just had it right then and it went away. Ugh. But it's like kind
Alabama
of like a.
Mama. What's his name? Now
It's
you
like a
got me curious.
bulldog. He like
Oh,
thinks he's a bulldog or something. I don't know.
well,
Now you got me curious.
his the court, you know, the court documents from the different law like trials he's been in would say different, in my opinion.
Yeah, Alabama, we have questions. It's not the Lesiak, dude. That I know. Lesiak's a fucking waste.
Lesniak is wow. Yeah, he's
an absolute fucking waste.
he should. I don't know if he'll have a license after. I mean, he's done some major stuff, in my
Well,
opinion.
she claims let's remember that and give the guy the benefit of the doubt because these are
Well, he's
claims
missed
that
all the deadlines.
oh
6. And I
that's
mean, did you
true.
read any of the fallen? Like, he didn't even file any
I'm,
exhibits. Like,
I'm not
there were no
reading any of it,
exhibits.
UA. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I think it's all look, Brittany doing that shit though is incredibly crazy. And it's more crazy to me that she's like, oh, that was fun. Let's do that again.
Yes, it was
Let-
Rancher Harris,
There it is.
RANCHOR.
There it is, Laura. You're gonna love his website. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm on it. But Lala Lawrence said he's 15 minutes down the road from me. He's at a Winston, which is almost 2 hours or more from BJ. Why would she get a lawyer that far away?
She apparently, well, Craig, I think, is who was in the background saying this. Like, we went and got like the biggest, best attorney that we could, and I think basically what they did is sometimes you can go to like ask a law, like one of those like askalawyer.com things or like one of the lawyer websites, and it'll match you with an attorney based on what you're looking for. It could have been something as easy as that, or, she did research for the first time in a while. Or her mods did.
Get battle ready. That's what I guess I seen
Oh,
that,
God.
and that's what I was stuck out to me. The get battle ready, like he's some kind of, and he's got like, these old style Viking soldiers or something. I don't even know what they are in the background. Like it's war.
So his 3 biggest cases are 1.3 million, 1.8 million, and 4.9 million. That's not great.
That's what I said. Like, I was telling when they were all freaking out, I was like, look, if you go look at the cases that this guy brags about, like, I
Yeah,
ain't
that's
impressed.
very low.
That's terrible. Like, and they were, yeah,
No, I agree. He doesn't even have many $1 million cases.
And I think in some of those, didn't somebody like lose their life?
But here's what's interesting though. In his settlements and verdicts, not one of them is a defamation, not one of them.
I was just looking at that.
Correct.
Laura. I was just looking at that.
Pointed that out too.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with YouTube, defamation, nothing. It's like nursing home negligence, water contamination, securities broker negligence. And even that was only 800,000.
Yeah.
Truck accident, wrongful death, $1 million.
Wrongful death, $1 million. Exactly. That tells me
It's not a lot at all. That's like minimum.
That's like I said, the attorney I worked for, his retainer was higher than that on the case.
It's funny though, because I can see how Alabama Mama got sucked in because this girl pops up like every 5 seconds. I just keep Xing it out. But I can see how she got in trouble.
The online agent, you mean? That's what it is a little online agent that keeps popping up on the website. Yeah.
I don't
Ryan
know if
McKnight
he is
was
using
a
him for a fact. What he offers is a service. He has a contact with someone that works at YouTube, and he takes proof of bullying to them.
okay.
What's considered bullying?
That's subjective. I mean, like
It is.
it is.
I don't think it is. I think that bullying consists of talking about somebody in a negative light concerning things that they can't change about themselves. That's what I think that bullying is. If it's something that they can change, then, or if they're a bully themselves, then, you know, but I think that's what it is. Like when you bully somebody, you would be talking about maybe their sexuality, all the time, or
No,
maybe
no.
their addiction, or I don't know.
I think she was being bullied for a while when I believe she was a victim, but that ended. Like that victimhood she lost a while ago.
Well, she's a bully herself, so that's kind of what I was like
The
getting
thing
to.
is,
Like that's how I look at it. Like you're a bully
Laura,
too. So.
when you, I think when you were looking at her as a victim, to be honest, what Brittany likes to do is she likes to have other people do her work for her, and
Yeah.
then she keeps her hands clean and then cries victim. I didn't do it, you know. Well,
Yep.
you were the one that put it in motion, okay? So don't, but for you, it wouldn't have happened. So don't tell me you didn't do it just because you weren't the one sitting there because, you know.
And can you imagine? I just thought of this. Can you imagine her lawyer looking at her stuff and seeing her nod out and pass out and do all
I
these
would
things?
I would actually love to see, well, I thought about sending it to my brother but I was like, I can't explain to him how crazy this whole thing is. Like, she was part of a RICO and with a missing child. Like, yeah, I don't want to sound too crazy to him because he'll be like, what in the hell is this? Like, but yeah, no, I would pay for a lot, like, for lawyer, to like react to that,
That's what I'm saying. Like, I could not even imagine. And I couldn't imagine her being a lawyer and representing that and finding out, like, it doesn't matter, like, he's still getting paid either way, but you're gonna take a channel down and this chick is fucking high as a kite and nodding out on a live. I wouldn't do it as a lawyer.
And somebody had the audacity to say that they thought that she had a problem with,
Exactly.
addiction when she's like asleep and then you hear, and all of a sudden, hold on, sorry guys, I'm getting there. I was muted.
Or
Like,
mom.
Exactly.
And then, are you okay? Her when she said to her kid, "Are you okay?" And he was like, "Me?" That right there, Brittany, is why you're a terrible mother, and shame on you for saying any different. You looked at that little kid right in the eye and asked him if he was okay while you sat there and nodded out. That tells everything about who you are as a person. If you'll do that to your own little baby, your little precious baby, then I don't trust you not to do it to your subscribers.
Well, I mean, that's a core memory for a child. I mean, I don't know. Like, to have your mom, I mean, and two, like when he said, "Mom, there's roaches" or something, and she was like, those are, he wasn't talking about roaches, those are June bugs.
I mean, think about it. I'm just going to go with Clue for a minute. What did Clue say that was defamatory? Nothing.
She came
The
after Clue
Brittany has
first.
proved every single thing they've ever said about her. Brittany has slowly proved them correct.
Well, the thing is, what she did is she barked up a tree and then got mad when she got a response.
Hold on. What?
Well, Lindsay, I think a preteen does know the difference between a roach and a June bug.
Why would? Well, I don't know what happened. What do you mean?
Saying, who cares? You don't know what kind of bug it was, for fuck's sakes.
Oh,
Well,
Have you? I mean, the girl has roaches. I've seen a picture of her cabinets a couple years ago, and they're tearing out cabinets. Hello,
conveniently around the same time that they had a
the
visit.
child services came. Yeah, like, it's not like, and it's not that should be a reason to shame her either. Maybe, but maybe it fucking should.
And
I
she's got
mean,
bees too, a bee problem, you know.
she makes enough money, that's for damn sure, to upkeep. She could pay somebody to come in there and clean up. And we have exterminators that come in our house often, like 4 times a year. We don't even have to have, it's preventative. So it's called preventative care. Um, yeah. If that little boy is saying there's roaches in that house, there is. I promise you.
And there was not long after that, Craig, I think, said like there was a bug in his hair or something too.
yeah, I remember that. I heard about that. Or he said that on a live or something like, is there a bug in my hair or something like that. It was very weird.
Right.
What she did with them cats. That was one of the points where I was like, I don't have anything for people that do that to innocent animals and want to act like that, and then come on here and gaslight people like we didn't just see what the fuck we seen. Like, that's insane to me that you're having animals like that just having babies. They're not, I mean, come on, Brittany.
Yeah, but don't cats do that though? Like, don't cats just
Not when you get them fixed.
And there's programs, trap and release programs that will help you get your, like, if you have a stray cat problem, there are programs that will help you get those cats fixed for low cost or nothing.
But because she lives like in the middle of nowhere, I'm sure she's got plenty of cats for mice. I'm sure those cats are for mice control because she's like in the middle of the woods.
Well, don't mention that because then she's gonna start looking and bringing up some cams.
Yeah, I just think that it's just part of the active addiction. It's people don't live, they don't, her priorities are not being clean and keeping the house up for her children. That's my opinion. And I'm gonna stand on it. And again, I don't think that she needs to be saying anything like, nobody's ever gonna take my children. They will if you're not raising them correctly and taking care of them and protecting them. They sure will.
Oh, absolutely, they will. But they won't.
They will give her. Yeah, they'll give her a chance, to get her shit together. And I think that's what they always do, right? They want to keep the children with their mom and dad. That's what they need. They need you, Brittany. They need you.
They don't need a drug addict though.
No, they don't.
They need you sober and healthy.
Exactly.
And you know what else? Her health would be completely different. I can just speak for myself. You'd feel better, Brittany. You'd have way more support.
You'd have
A
color
hell of
to
a
your
lot.
skin. I
Yeah,
mean,
you have a hell of a lot more respect.
When I saw the cam slip, whether it be intentional or not, and people were speculating on whether she put like makeup on to make herself look worse. Um, I'm like, you could tell, like, I mean, she is,
No, that color is the color.
uh,
That's the
that's,
lack of oxygen. That's
yeah, I
what
was about to say
happens when
that's
you, yeah.
deoxygenation.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
what
but
you look like.
I do agree. Some of it could be lighting, though.
No,
She's got the color. She's got I actually call it's a certain color that people get when they are,
Yeah, but you
it's,
don't think color could do, I mean, lighting could do that too? Because, I mean, I could
oh
look at
yeah,
lighting.
lighting plays a role, but
for
Laura,
sure.
she is also one of like she's very into her lighting if you pay attention. Like, they're very into their colored light bulbs with the red room and you know, other stuff, but I mean, that you can just there's certain like too you can tell like by looking at the other stuff if it appears to be off in terms of color.
It's
Not just
also filtered.
right.
It's filtered, so she can tell people all she wants that she doesn't have a filter, but she has the uploaded pre-StreamYard filter that blurs out the back and also makes you look, it's what, like the skin touch or whatever. That's definitely on at the same time. But no, I don't think that. I think that if she actually turned on her lights, that more people would be terrified. That's what
Right.
I think.
And the other thing I wanted to ask you, can opiates cause the skin problems that she's had?
You mean the itching?
And all of it is going to be amplified by active addiction because you're not
Itching
going to
is
be, yeah, itching is a big part of opiate
big
use.
part
That
of opiates. Yeah,
I
that's like
I
a
think that
big thing.
we already know that she has had what was it? Staph
Cellulitis.
cellulitis. So
That's what I'm saying. Can that be caused from opiate or no?
I would just
No.
say that I will say this for me. I also carry MRSA on my skin. I've had like MRSA where I've had to have it lanced open a few times in my life. The only time I was ever hospitalized for that MRSA was when I was active addiction. So I'll just say that.
Okay.
Anytime you're
That's
active addiction and you're taking in poison, you're pumping things that don't really belong there through your body, you're gonna be in poorer health than you would be if you versus, you know what I mean?
And you're gonna be less like your immune system is I mean, everything kind of works together, but
She's not caring for herself. She's not. Okay, here's a big tell that she's active addiction. Toothache, just got thousands of dollars. Craig's got a watch and a ring, and she goes to get dent pack for her tooth. Okay, dent pack ain't gonna do it. First of all, she has medical coverage. She has enough money to go get it taken care of, but yet she doesn't. She just continues to
well, 6.
medicate.
The tooth problem rolls around. It's like a recurring problem. If you've noticed, like it's a once every 4 months, I've got a tooth that needs a root canal and problem.
Hmm.
It's a
And
growth
it's gonna.
strategy.
Well, and it could be real though too. It could. I mean,
She
you're
never
gonna
went to
have
the
bad teeth.
dentist. I
Yeah,
mean,
of course not. She's
but
not
she's
going to any
sitting there
doctor.
drinking but the thing is, the problem I have with that is your tooth is to the point where it needs like a root canal or it needs, you need dental treatment, but you're sitting there drinking a Slurpee or what was it? Like an icy? I think she had a big
Like
icy.
a 79-ounce Slurpee. Yeah.
No, it was like a huge icy that was like the size of my head and like and I'm like, you avoid cold when your tooth hurts. It just makes it way worse.
Wow. See, cocaine, you don't have these issues. You got a toothache, you numb it out.
Laura, for fuck's sake.
I'm so glad I was never hooked on opiates. Hell no.
Yeah, the toothache
Yeah,
was
it's
never fixed.
not
It just
fun.
kind of went away, kind of like the attorney thing for.
That's
I
so
know.
wild. Though. It's
I was
so
trying to
sad, but it's so wild. It's
And she drinks a lot of. Hey, I can't knock her for the mellow yellow. Well, I will knock her for mellow yellow because it sucks. I mean, if you're gonna drink that, I guess go with Mountain Dew. But I'm a big Pepsi person, so I can't really speak about that. But
what's up with the windows? Someone just said in the windows.
oh, that was the combustible windows.
In the van?
Yeah, yeah.
Someone mentioned it before. I don't know the story though.
Oh, they just like that heat that they get up in North Carolina because it's never hot in Alabama. Laura. It just caused them to just,
Her chat is talking about reporting me for what? The hell are they reporting me for?
I mean, it's not going to do any good. You think these people would learn to use their energy way more wisely?
I bet one
How?
of those chatters is Brenda Stapleton, which is why I wouldn't feel too sorry for her, Laura, if you know who she is. Like,
I just heard that she's
been dropping a lot of money.
Yeah, that she got back disability or something, and she's giving her a ton. And I'm like, please stop.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of like, give her all of it, I guess.
Watch, Brittany's gonna end up taking my channel down. Watch.
No, she won't.
That's okay, Laura. Just
you
like you were saying earlier,
my channel.
It's very easy to rebuild. So
that's
and
how
what do you know? Brenda Stapleton is in chat. Gosh, it's almost like I'm a mind reader.
Is in whose chat?
Oh, over there.
Oh yeah.
Look.
I didn't mention she was in my chat. I'm actually not my chat.
No, well, she has a few alts, but I have,
And you want to know how else I know that I'm right about Brittany? Is how much she's fighting me. Brittany, why do you care so much what the fuck I say? Because she knows I'm right. And she doesn't want me turning her subscribers, her supporters against her with reality. And I truly believe that. There's no other reason.
Not with the reality with the butterflies, just to be clear.
No. I'm
like
saying
the truth reality.
Yes, truth reality. And I really believe that. I think that's why she's so afraid. Because I keep saying, and it's true, I'm not a hater. You're not going to see me go, break bread with Clue or Queen Bee or Granny or any of them. It's not going to happen.
Well, that's the thing that an addict fears the most is is someone talking the truth about them.
Yep.
That's just,
And that's why I think she's bothered so much by me, because I don't get 1,000 people in here. There's no reason for you to be so bothered by what I have to say. And I do believe that's why.
And I mean, here's where I could see it like being bothered, if she had let's say her job was such that, let's say she was a nurse, went to school, got all of her degrees and everything, and she had false accusations were being made against that, but she's her own boss and she has sabotaged herself time and time again.
I agree. Just like I don't feel she's a victim, I don't feel, for fuck's sake, she said she's the source of your income now. Brittany, that's a bit over the top, considering I really haven't made shit. So no, Brittany, you're not a source of any income. Thank you, though.
I mean, I'd say better covering, I say this often actually, better covering another person that's doing what they're doing versus, covering missing children and profiting off of that. So I mean, I'd rather do that than profit off of a missing child and then never show that missing child any kind of respect when I'm actually covering the case. Just like, slamming their parents or talking about the victims and shaming them and all of
Or
that.
shaming people that searched for them, you know?
Oh, now
Yeah,
she, hold on. She said that the topic here is about her getting her children taken away. This is delusional active addiction.
that's not true. That we had a whole, well, I haven't been here the whole time, but I did bring up the fact that she said what she said because I wanted to comment on it. So it's what she said, and I was responding to it. So for her to twist it again, this
Mm-hmm.
just shows what she does. It shows the manipulation.
Yep.
Right. And the gaslighting. And the fact is that there's nobody, I feel like there's nobody in her chat
Circle.
that is smart enough to maybe realize that they are being played like a fiddle.
Yep. They sure are. And that's what I think bothers her the most. She doesn't want them waking up. She doesn't want them saying, hey, Laura's really not a hater. She can make me a hater. I mean, she keeps up her shit. She's going to make me a fucking hater. But at this point, I'm not. But keep fucking trying to attack me, Brittany. You'll see.
I mean, she's gone from her panel right now. She's not even there. I haven't even been listening. But with that, ladies, thank you so much, Laura, for letting me come up and talk about this. I love, personally, I love that you're talking about it, even though I don't always agree with things you say, like just do some cocaine that'll numb your tooth. But I do love that you're having the conversation and that you're allowing people to come in here and have the conversation with you. And there she's gone. Now she's gone from her own panel. There she is.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Boston. Absolutely.
Thank you again, Laura.
I'm glad you
All
came
right.
up. I turned into fucking deets. I can't believe I've been on almost 6 hours.
I know,
Holy
right?
Oh, well,
It goes fast. All right, you ladies have a good evening. Good
You
night,
too.
everybody.
I can't believe it's fucking almost 6 hours already.
yeah.
She's talking about Charlie Kirk. I don't think
no,
people would lie.
Who's talking about Charlie Kirk?
Boston said that that Brittany hasn't mentioned me and that she's been talking about Charlie Kirk. Her chat was. Oh, her chat was.
Well, the last I see about Charlie Kirk was quite a while ago. So do you want to like clarify how long ago it was that she was talking about Charlie Kirk? Really? I mean, there's a little clip that was played, but I don't really see a ton.
Keep getting kicked off. All right, I am getting off though.
Yeah.
It's been almost
Yeah.
6 fucking hours.
I think it's an important. Yeah, I agree. I need to go get some stuff done too. But yeah, I appreciate you letting me up, and
Absolutely. Thank you for coming up.
I think these are important conversations. So,
Oh, I agree with you. Absolutely agree.
but thank you, and have a good night. I
You
appreciate it.
too. Thank you.
Bye.
I can't believe it's been almost 6 hours. Damn, time flies when you're having fun, huh? Thank you to my amazing mods who've been here for 6 hours, even though I know they ditched out for a little while. I want to thank everyone for coming in. I think tonight actually turned out to be a really good conversation. And I know some of you guys have had issues with UA Crimson because I've heard through the grapevine. But trust me, as someone who has also been hated and I've been welcomed by many people, so that's why I'm giving that same respect. So whatever issues you have, doesn't matter. But So that's that. And that's it. All right, I'm getting off though. I'm starving. 6 hours is insane. It did go by fast though. We'll just make it a 24-hour stream. No, I'm joking. Absolutely, UA. I don't think it matters who the message is coming from. What do you mean, Krama? It was a great panel. I want to thank both of them for coming up. Absolutely, Lady V. You can't hang? UA was great. They both were. Because that's what I'm saying. I don't know opiates. I don't. I know my ex was on them, but I don't really know opiates. I know speeders. You want to talk to me about meth, cocaine? I'm all for it. I can tell you everything. Downers, though, I don't know much about them. It really was great. I think they both did awesome. Oh, you didn't know any of the Krama reels? Yeah. See, but one thing 6 Up pointed out, which as an addict, I should know this. And this was something that kept me high for many years, is me saying, well, they did harder drugs. Instead of, it's all drugs and it's all the same and it's all addiction. And 6 Up, I think you spiked. 6 Up was so fucking right in that, and I don't know why I didn't see that. I guess because it's not opiates. Like, I would put cocaine and you know, meth and all that in one category, like speeders in one, opiates in the other. But she's right though. For me to separate, you know, let's say Xanax from shooting dope, no, it's all the same. It's all addiction. She's 100% right. That was like my stupidity. So cord from my microphone. That's what I need to get. This thing kicks out so many fucking times a night. It drives me insane. So, all right, but I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. It was a lot. It was a long live. Bad Wolf, I hope you enjoy your 6 hours at work. Now you got a whole live to listen to. All right, I will see you guys later. Thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you guys so much for the super chats, new members, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.